Hello everybody, welcome to another Lilies stream. We're probably not gonna finish the game, it's a bit late for that. But I think we can make a lot of progress when it comes to exploring the map. And I actually don't remember if we try to explore the rooms below us. I'm not sure. Thinking emoji. Wait, I can't remember actually if we explored any of this. Well, I mean, we could try to backtrack, but I'm not sure if I really want to do that. We could also probably just go all the way down here, or we could go over here. Or I could just waste a heal. It doesn't really matter. Okay, oh wait, I have to correct something I actually didn't realize the last time. The graphics cards are significantly more expensive when it comes to the 480 and 480 whatever it is, Ti or whatever you want to call it. They didn't call it like that, and it's a bit fishy marketing wise that they have a 480 with 12 gigabytes of RAM and one with I think 16 of gigabytes of memory, and they don't even have the same clock speed and specs. So basically, the one is just better than the other. It's just not more RAM. So the branding is very obfuscated, which is not good. And the price is like $200, I think, dollars higher than the launch price. And also the 490 is $100 more. So I didn't really realize because it was actually not a lot more. Like percentage wise, but the 4080 is pretty expensive compared to what it was before. So actually a price increase, but you have to be realistic with inflation and all the increased costs they also have. It is basically just the same price, but it is obviously people will have to pay more for it. So yeah, from a business perspective, it makes sense, but it doesn't really. It doesn't really change how much people will have to pay, and will be very expensive for a lot of people. But also DLSS 3.0 seems to be very promising from what I can tell so far. It's going to be exclusive to the 4000er series, and the 3000er series is not going to be included in DLSS 3.0. And again, here the reason is logical, because there is not enough hardware on the 3000 series to actually have enough compute for it. So it makes sense actually. So everybody who's just saying Nvidia's like gating the software gating the old cards, that actually never has been the case so far. All the technology, DLSS 1.0, 2.0, etc., always needed tensor cores, and now it needs more. I think the the motion flow engine or whatever they call it. Is not sufficient on the 3000 series, and also it has a lot less tensor cores. I mean, if you saw the comparison, there is a steep increase in cores, I think 5 times the cores or whatever, and it would just not be feasible to do it in real time. A lot of people don't understand how complicated and how advanced this algorithm is, and that it really requires a lot of dedicated hardware to be able to run it in real time. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, but AMD is just going to do it in software, whatever. AMD's going to do jack shit, because AMD does, first of all, not have the technology as far as we know, and second of all, they are not magicians. If they do it in software, it will have to be on CPU, on GPU, in a much more inefficient way. So I hope people are not delusional. And I also saw like a lot of people talk about GTA, how bad it looks, whatever, and already said, yeah, that's bullshit. All the games look bad in development when you only take a few parts out, and the finished product is probably going to look amazing because it's Rockstar and not a remake or remaster. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be great. But I'm not a fanboy, by the way. Rockstar is a pretty shitty company when it comes to online or whatever, so fuck them in some regards, and fuck the remakes, remasters, whatever. But still, you have to defend logic, and I'm very happy a lot of big studios like Naughty Dog and I don't know who else came forward. Well, interestingly enough, a lot of Sony related studios actually showed their work in an early stage, And yeah, I mean, every game looks like that at some point, unless you're really inefficient in your production pipeline. You are never ever going to have a finished. The people are always like, the graphics are finished first and then there's optimization. That's not true. When you do concepting, when you do animation tests and whatever, physics tests, or level testing, level design tests, whatever, it's a waste of resources to plan out an entire level and then just say, oh yeah, but it doesn't play well, let's just scrap it, and then you have all the assets you're not going to use. That's really not the way it goes. It's always simple to complex, even when it's about graphics. So people have no idea what they're talking about. It's really disappointing to see, again, people hate on games which aren't even out yet. And I mean, it's okay to hate on it if it comes out and it's shit. I don't care. Hate on it, but don't hate on something which is actually just showing how little you know about game design. I don't know much about game design. I just know, a lot about software engineering, and that's why I know a lot about, graphics and all that stuff, Unreal Engine. But I'm pretty sure that the workflow is pretty logical for the most parts, and that what we saw was definitely a very, normal state of the game. Like, I don't even know how old it was, a few years ago, I think. And even if the game would come out later, still at a later date, there are still tests for certain parts of levels. Maybe there's a level that's entirely done and the new level still looks like shit. So like I said, don't be an idiot and don't flame games which aren't out yet. I mean, if they're out in a month and this is the version they showed, like this is our up-to-date version, sure, then you can be critical. And even then I would wait, because you never know, maybe they're magicians or whatever. But still, when it's out, then you can criticize it, unless they really fuck up, how they treat their employees or whatever. Yeah, so just a little reminder of being a bit less stupid when it comes to judging, stuff on the internet. People are quick to judge and, forget basic logic. Okay, so I think we tried to go here, but for whatever reason we could not figure out how to get there. And now I'm kind of curious, because this looks actually like we should head here from above. Yeah, so this is backtracking, so they're a little bit weaker than we're used to. Oh, okay, there's a wall up here, which is cool, so we didn't go here yet. And I think I tried to go, I try to keep the order of the TPs chronological. Well, not chronological, like, from top to bottom when it comes to the list. Yeah, but anyway, unfortunately, the graphics was more expensive than I actually remember, because I only bought the 390, so I'm like, for me, the price was almost identical. Yes, but still, I think that people are underestimating what DLSS 3.0 will do. And I'm always like, yeah, look at the drivers. AMD is so, annoying to use. It's always, a hick hack. The drivers are not up to date, and often they're fixed like very, very late into their the product cycle of games and whatever. It's just annoying. And then, I read a few comments and whatever. And, for me, it's like an old experience. It's like maybe a few years ago. I also had an AMD, and I really had a lot of issues, so it's something I personally disliked. And from what I read on a lot of forums and whatever, there are still a ton of people who say, yeah, never again I'm going to buy AMD, because no matter how good on paper their products are, their support and software is so inferior to Nvidia that we really don't like using it anymore. And that for me accounts a lot, because I really have these issues. I had these issues in the past, and it's very disheartening to hear they're still there. So even if the the on-paper package from of Nvidia would be better, and you would say, yeah, but sure, but AMD is a bit cheaper, you still have to see that the on-paper package from AMD, even if it's better maybe than Nvidia's, is only on paper, and the reality is that AMD is technologically, when it comes to software, so far behind Nvidia that the hardware might be okay. I'm saying okay because it disregards all the modern advancements. I mean, if you think DLSS 3.0 is maybe the problem is a lot of people read DLSS 3.0, and of course a lot of people by now love DLSS and know how cool it is. But DLSS 3.0 is basically a huge step forward when it comes to rendering. It is even the rendering of the future. And I'm gonna tell you a little story about. Sometimes I'm a lucid dreamer, so I can actually, cognitively interact with my dreams. I can walk around. It's like basically playing a 3D game. I can in first person game, and I can look, turn around, and just have fun like in a video game. So I know what the human brain is capable of generating when it comes to dreaming, and how levels are generated. How, for example, today I dreamt of an area that had a tree, and the trunk had a very distinct pattern. And the interesting part is that the pattern, and I think a lot of people who lucid dreams have the same experience, changes as soon as you don't look at the tree and you turn around again. The tree is still there, so there's some kind of consistent metadata, of the level or whatever you want to call it, the environment you're in. So the tree is there, the buildings remain, whatever. But when it comes to textures and insignificant detail, your brain will instantly generate a matching, texture for the tree and geometry. The details, are auto-generated. And the funny part is every time I turned around, there was a different pattern on the tree. It was really cool. But more interestingly enough, there was also, animals, whatever, and humans. And they seem to be persistent. And their animations seem to be persistent. The way they behave or whatever is pretty persistent. But also the details are kind of off. And that's really cool, because what I want to get to is that our brain, which is a result of a long time of evolution, so our software basically had the natural selection as a very long training, and it ended up being very good in processing frames in a very efficient way. And I'm pretty sure when we look around, most of these frames are just exactly like what, not exactly, but in theory, like what DLSS 3.0 is going to do, is going to generate a new frame without actually the sensors having to transmit all the data again. I'm pretty sure that we are very efficient in that. And I think the future is even further away from what we currently are doing. I think that the entire generation itself will be based on a neural generation method, basically like generating the dreams, but in a more consistent way, but with as little, as much efficiency as the human brain can generate, for example, or even more. So it's going to be a very different way of rendering, and I think NVIDIA are already going into the right direction by realizing that even if you have traditional rendering, you can super lay a layer of, non-traditional rendering on top of it, and that is really a milestone. I think DLSS 2.0 and 1.0 was a milestone when it comes to, we can really enhance the current frame, but DLSS 3.0 is a completely new way of generating a frame. And people really, I don't know if DLSS 3.0, the name is not big enough in my opinion, because people would think, it's just DLSS a bit better. But in reality, it's something completely new and will basically be the future of modern rendering. You will have something like DLSS 3.0 in literally every smartphone, in every display. Everything that everywhere you will have like a pendant, which is basically the same idea, but will be of course on even more complicated and better algorithms and whatever. But that's the future, and I think people really don't. And maybe even NVIDIA didn't really do it justice enough. I mean, the presentation was basically around DLSS 3.0, of course, because they know it's cool. But I don't think that a lot of people already, they realize how cool it is. It's basically what I envisioned when I first read about AI image generation. I was like, that's going to be, the gate to unheard of efficiency and, So we're going to purify it here. Sorry for talking so much about the presentation. And in the last stream, we basically watched the presentation from NVIDIA. So I just wanted to, update a little bit on what I think about it and how I think that AMD is positioned and everything. But and overall, a reminder, mining is dead. Ethereum was merged. And they now have a proof of stake, which does not allow for mining. It's very good for the environment. And now it's basically, you can be behind Ethereum without having concerns when it comes to, well, mostly there are still concerns, but not the large concerns when it comes to environmental hazards or whatever. there could be a cause from having much crypto. And yeah, so basically a great step forward. And also the production capacities from NVIDIA maybe didn't anticipate that move, because they have a very, very large production capacity. So now they have too many 3000ers, they are going to produce a lot of 4000ers, so it's going to be very, very, you know, the stock is very, very full, their warehouses are full, and I'm pretty sure if you want to get one, you're going to get one. Besides that, most people are worried about, you know, inflation and all that stuff actually, and the, you know, the cost of energy and everything. This winter might be one of the times that a lot of people maybe opt to, you know, withdraw their interest into quote-unquote luxury goods. Yeah, and also the energy consumption is okay so far. You know, I'm basically also planning on heating my apartment with my graphics card. I'm joking, but only a little bit. It actually does heat up the room quite significantly if you game with you know, a lot of power drawing, when a lot of power is drawn from your PC. Yeah, so the Forsaken Fellworm exhales a breath of toxic mist that spreads over a wide area to enemies that make contact with it, lose health over time. Breath damage cannot be guarded. That sounds pretty strong, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be limited to maybe, I mean, I'm just going to guess here, maybe 5 times or something. It sounds a bit too good, because there is poison in the game already, you know, the little poison mist. Fire does very, very little damage, but we're not going to use it anyway, because probably, you know, probably a little bit worse than just summoning minions that auto attack for you. And by worse, I just mean you have to actually try and use it a little bit more. Okay, did we ever go here? I can't really remember, to be honest. And at the end of the day, I mean, how important is, you know, a new graphics card for me? I mean, you know, a few games, of course, will highly, you know, profit from it, but other games, a lot of games I'll play, will be completely not affected by it. It doesn't really matter at the moment that I could, you know, run a very powerful deep learning algorithm over it or whatever, because, for example, this game runs at a 200, or it probably runs at like 500 FPS or something on my PC. So it doesn't, this PC, not the new one. So it doesn't really matter. And Valorant also runs at max FPS, you know, it's no problem. Max for my screen at 240 Hertz. And it doesn't really matter. That's what I want to get at. It doesn't really matter for me. But there are some games where it will matter, of course. Like, for example, Cyberpunk with full ray tracing, and all the next gen, like AAA games, like maybe, you know, the next God of War when it comes to PC, or the new games from, you know, the creators of Neo. They're just going to be very, very cool, I guess. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to regret buying it, like I didn't regret buying this one. Yeah, I mean, but of course, you know, what does it tell us about NVIDIA? NVIDIA will innovate every generation. I'm pretty sure the 5000 generation might actually, it might even be a dual chip GPU. But the thing is, yeah, right, I almost forgot. There were speculations that the current gen graphics card could have more than one core, basically, more than one chip, you know, a chiplet design. They didn't, which is something which will come in the future. But then again, it doesn't really matter, because I'm pretty sure whatever there is a software innovation, NVIDIA will match in, you know, the required hardware innovation. Basically, yeah, in the future we're gonna have the 5000 series going to be significantly faster. The, you know, the gaps between the graphics cards are going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, just because there, for the first time ever, is a new way of rendering, and the further we explore it, the, you know, more yeah, the more efficient the hardware has to get to really tag along. It's basically like the old times when the graphics cards were like super more efficient, just based on, you know, like very basic changes. Yeah, and I'm sure that's very good for most people. Because, I mean, you might, get the feeling that you're missing out when you don't buy a generation, because unlike, phones or whatever, and there will actually be significant change. I mean, there will be significant change. It would be a lie to say that there isn't. But it wouldn't, every generation you buy will feel good. It won't feel like a pointless upgrade. And that's very nice. And a lot of people like to say, yeah, consoles dictate, how good things look. But did you see how good 30 FPS Unreal Engine 5 games looked? And don't you want to play those at, maybe above 100 FPS or at least 60 FPS? I mean, pretty sure I do, just because consoles are going to go back to 30 FPS with amazing graphics. We don't have to as PC consumers, so I mean, we are going to get something. That's a lot of people, they overestimate consoles when it comes to that, because they always say, yeah, but the console market limits the technical innovations, and that's true in a way, of course. But what they don't realize is that there actually still is a huge gain from having a much more potent PC. That's like more ray tracing effects. That's like more FPS, especially, and even the FPS alone already, such an important part of gaming that I think most people would agree that they're actually worth getting a good graphics card over. And I mean, there are still people that are happy playing a 1080p 30 or 1080p 60. And I mean, 1080p 60 maybe I can understand. But yeah, a lot of people are just like very, how do I put it? Very stuck in the past when it comes to technology, which is great for you, if you don't want to spend a lot of money. But it doesn't mean that new technology doesn't really have an advantage. It's like those people that don't want to get a smartphone because they think that their old phone can do text and, calling. And yeah, I mean, it's just like a different mindset. And I think it's okay, you save money. Nobody needs a new phone, nobody needs a new graphics card. So it's okay if you think like that. But you shouldn't discredit people who actually value, value progress. Alright, I could have stomped. I don't know why I automated. Okay, so what can we do here? We can go up here. I can't remember. Yeah, right. There were lamps over here. Okay, that's bad. Okay, we have to go faster, I guess. I don't even know what we're doing here, honest. We managed. Wait, they can go in the water? No, they can't. Oh, that's unfortunate. This is very good to know that it exists, but we should definitely come back when we can open it. That's unfortunate. I hope we could finish this room. But yeah, so overall, very happy with the announcement, very happy with what we're gonna get. Hopefully gonna get. I'm gonna keep you up to date when I hear bad or good stuff about it. And we should not forget that if ever DLSS 3.0 is fully supported in the for 1060, 70, and 50 graphics card, the lower and mid-end GPUs. We are going to have a very, very tough competition for AMD, no matter how potent their hardware is, because we're basically talking about FPS doubling. And that's not a conditional doubling, it's literally a design doubling because of the new generation way. People don't realize it's not like DLSS 2.0, which might double your FPS or even more and has drawbacks. It's literally just an FPS doubling. And it, of course, might have drawbacks. I don't know how perfect the reconstruction is, but it is definitely in the future. I mean, our eyes also have a very, limited reconstruction. And the good thing about hardware in general, when it comes to, producing images or generating images, is that basically the human, I don't even know if we can go there. Let's go here. Basically the human eye is the limit, and the human perception is always the limit. And we can be very, very, we're very fortunate that we can only perceive a limited amount of FPS, because if we could perceive like 1000 FPS as, you know, smooth, and everything below that would be stuttery, we would have to match that. So we can be happy that the human brain is very, very limited, and that this is like the highest goal we can achieve, like matching human perception. Yeah, so basically that's the good news when it comes to software development. The bad news is one day we're gonna augment our eyes to perceive more colors, more contrast, more detail, you know, and then we're gonna have to match that as well. So yeah, there's gonna be a time when human perception will not be the limit anymore. So far, that hasn't been a big issue. Okay, this is still not everything. I really like the birds. I don't. I'm an idiot. I heard, by the way, what is the name of the game? Is it... I forgot the game. Not Steel Rising, but the other one that just came out. Solstice, I think. Unfortunately, it seems to be a very bad game, and maybe GameStar, or just the person who previewed the game, was overly optimistic about it. But yeah, basically, if you only look at a few moments of gameplay, the camera is so glaringly bad. I mean, if you don't get the camera right in any game, you know, basically the point of view into the game, and it's an action game, or it doesn't even need to be an action game. As soon as you fuck up the camera, you're already fucking up one of the most important parts of the game. And I really can't defend any game that doesn't really do a good job in that regard. Because, I mean, if you don't know the history of 3D gaming, camera was, you know, the camera in video games was one of the main things that was very, very bad in the early stages, because it was very hard for the developers to make a camera which actually captures, you know, the gameplay and the environment in a, you know, satisfying way and efficient way. So you often had cameras that got stuck on walls, you couldn't see shit, you know, it was really annoying. But these days you actually have the opportunity to use a lot of, you know, knowledge and information out there to actually and copy paste even the ideas of other developers to at least do a lot of good work. And they basically fucked up a lot of things. The camera is, the perspective is completely off. Everybody can notice it. So basically the person who made the camera must be a very incompetent person. I can't talk, I'm sorry. Rusted blue ornament increases damage by attacks performed in or on a body of water. So basically, if there should ever be an underwater boss, this could be strong. And it also tells us that we don't actually get bonus damage from standing on the ground when we're in the water. So basically something that's not calculated that way. So there is air, ground, and water as, you know, as buff. Okay, we're just gonna go over it. Oh, it's pretty actually. Nice ornament. We didn't get a new slot. Okay, so we could go to the right and up from here. Wait, we didn't go right and up? Yeah, we should definitely go right and up. Yeah, and today I saw somebody drive like a complete retard again. It was literally, there was a big truck and the person was like maybe 1 meter behind the truck. So if for whatever reason the truck had even to slightly brake, the car would immediately have crashed into it. And also they couldn't see anything. So there was a moment where the truck was, you know, going past a little bit close to the, you know, side of the road, and the car didn't really see it. So they went a little bit up on the side of the road. And when you see something like that, you're just like, wait, what's going on? The camera is... No, wait. Yeah, right, we can go up here. And when you see things like that, I mean, these people should just actually lose their license, and they should never get it back, in my opinion, because, you know, these people obviously are too stupid to drive a car. They had a long... In Germany, you have a very expensive and long education, when you do your license, so they really had the opportunity to not be an idiot. And when you really drive like that by your, from out of your own volition, I just can't really, find any reason to not remove their license, revoke the license, permanently. I mean, you might say, yeah, they should get a second chance. But the thing is, if they have an accident and kill somebody, does that person get a second chance? They endanger themselves, they endanger others, and I don't think that a person that, has so much time to not be an idiot, deserves another chance at not being an idiot. People get away with so much when driving without losing it permanently. I think there are a few people who really drive in a way that should immediately get them, off the road. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think there are some people who are just not, they should not be allowed to steer any sort of large vehicle in a public space. Yeah, and I think that is just, might seem a bit, mean or something. But it's just basically to, as long as we don't have self-driving cars, we have to rely on people not being idiots to not kill other people. And you see so many complete retards driving cars. There are so many terrible drivers out there. And yeah. And then actually, it's almost a miracle how few accidents happen. I'm also very positively surprised by, how rare an accident actually is, considering how people drive. There should be like maybe 10 times more. Just goes to show how improbable it is that actually really unexpected things happen on the road and people hardly have to brake or whatever. Because if people had to brake, very hard on a regular basis, we would have, like an accident. Most people would have an accident almost every time they drive, the way they drive. But it's just fortunate that these things tend to happen very rarely. But when they happen, of course, I mean, maybe you heard of the mass, crashes when there is fog, because people actually do the exact opposite of what they should do when there's fog, because they want to be close enough to another car to see their lights, because they think that that's safer. So people tend to, really cramp up and drive very, very close to each other. And when the first person, does a strong brakes very strongly, all the other people just crash into each other because their safety distance is not big enough, and so you have like crashes with hundreds of cars at once, and it's really just shows how people are completely too stupid to drive the car. I mean, the basic thing you can do is not drink and drive. Moderately respect the limit, the laws, of the road, and keep your fucking distance. These three things are enough to really, not make you a dumb fuck when you're driving a car. But at least, the distance part is something that a lot of humans completely do wrong. I mean, maybe 90% of all drivers don't keep their distance as they should, because their reaction speed is not high enough. And yeah, and the laws of the road, I mean, maybe 1% actually really cares about all of the laws, and I'm not included in that either, because there are some moments where I actually also ignore them. I do it, of course, knowingly. For example, if there's a stop sign and it's a really dumb stop sign, because you might think, yeah, a stop sign is very important. But for example, if you're in France, there is a stop sign literally everywhere. Literally everywhere the stop signs, they basically made it a default at every crossing. And then it really becomes a bit of a joke to really, every time you have to stop, drive, it is just stupid. So when something's really stupid and unnecessary, I will ignore it. So I'm also not, one of the people who actually, I mean, I'm not ignoring all stop signs, just the ones who are placed like fucking, like inflationary. Yeah, so I think that's one of the reasons why I would also not include myself in that. I don't even think it's 1%. Maybe it's even more like 0.0, maybe 0.001% or something of the population. Maybe even less, that actually tries to obey all of the rules and does not, knowingly ignore them. And I'm pretty sure there's nobody on Earth that actually follows all the rules and never makes a mistake or ignores them unknowingly. Yes, I'm talking about the part, of course, where people knowingly break the law, the code of conduct, or whatever. Okay, so we're doing backtracking, so I'm just talking random stuff because I don't think there is much to say about what we're doing in the game. I mean, we're trying to complete many rooms as we can. Wait, I didn't go left, right? Yeah. Yeah, and if you never drove yourself because you're still young, you can't really judge how bad it is. I mean, you can just, maybe you pay it a little bit of attention when you're driving with your, parents or whatever. And the chances are your parents are also fucking bad at driving a car, And I don't mean they're bad at steering and accelerating or whatever. They might just be bad at, when it comes to the mindset. And you wouldn't even notice because you don't know how it feels to drive, and probably even if you drive yourself, you might end up not noticing because, I don't know, for whatever reason, humans tend to not intuitively drive in a safe fashion. It just seems to be the opposite, that everything, I mean, you do the minimum to stay safe and everything else you just, let go. And I mean, that's, it's a human nature. And because it's not very likely to die, and the accidents are not that common, people don't really care. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem too. Okay, reduces damage taken from enemies. Wait, really? Another one? Wait, is it? Oh, okay, it seems to be the intermediate one. To be here. Okay. Because we currently have this one equipped, and we also have this one. Now I'm thinking about maybe... Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe removing the, the Holy Spring water, because we seem to have enough healing anyway. And maybe put this one in. I don't know if they stack. They should stack. Would be very, very bad game design if they didn't stack. And they don't tell you. If they told you, it wouldn't matter at all. It might even be good game design. But if they don't tell you they stack, that would be very unfortunate design. Yeah, let's just immediately try to equip it over here. Okay, unequip this one and equip this one. I like that they didn't make them, similar. That every single one of the items has a distinct look. Maybe there are two. Yeah, maybe there are two different. Maybe you can't really tell which one is what, but I mean, they're ordered in a very logical way, because all the defense ones are next to each other, the additional prayer healing stuff is next to each other. And what does this one do? Okay, that one's huge. More damage when attacking on the ground. I mean, it seems to be the main way of attacking, so I think this is fine. And this one's also okay, I guess. And now we have to go to the bottom right. And one day I will learn how the interface works. Okay, can we get back up here? No. I mean, it feels really good to be, strong enough to not really care about most encounters here. Interestingly enough, these are not counted as grappleable lanterns. And we never actually tested the attack. But what I want to say is just like we are only going to use some, so I'm pretty sure they're all kind of viable. So I wouldn't really bother too much about, you know, if you really don't want to use sums, I'm pretty sure you're going to be just fine. You can play a lot of different styles. Like always, we don't know where we actually want to go. We might end up finding it very quickly, or it's going to take ages. Up there's a mimic. Down here, there is a mimic. But they're so low level that it doesn't really matter. We really don't need to go down here as far as I can tell. I really like how the ledging is done. The climbing animation triggers in a very nice way. You don't really have to be perfectly below it or anything. The hitbox is very huge. Well, I don't know what this does, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna find out. Where's this? Confusing. Wait, this is the elevator we didn't take, right? I'm confused. Okay, we came from here, so we didn't go to the left. Everything on this side should be kind of new. Yeah, we just went here. I mean, this would be so much easier if they actually had a minimap of the current room and not only of the entire map. I mean, because, I mean, is this more fun? Not to know where you actually explored? For me, it's just a bit tedious. It doesn't really feel like I'm being rewarded for my time. It just feels like I'm randomly, you know, the bigger the room is, the harder it gets to actually find the you know, way we have to go. Nope. No, maybe actually I said nope, but maybe we can go up there. I have no idea. Wait, is it in the water? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it's down here. It might be. Wait, what is this? Wait, we can jump down here? I mean, it looks really cool. I like the, you know, how the waterfall looks. I mean, in theory, we could also go up there all the way, if that's possible. Could be. I mean, why not, right? Just have to be less dumb about it. Can we jump, dash jump? Nope, we can't. Unfortunate. I mean, maybe it isn't. Maybe we'd have to go down anyway, but let's try to go up first. Nope. It is possible, don't get me wrong. There is no reason for it not to work. It's just a bit, you know, more difficult to do than I would have expected. I'm pretty sure there's nothing up here. I mean, it's way too complicated to get up here. And I don't think the devs really care too much about making the exploration weird. Yeah. Yeah, you might say, but you just found something, but that's not what I meant. I meant there is nothing at the top. I don't think that the devs would ever have made this jump necessary to get to a secret, because most of the platforming is so basic that most players don't even know that, you know, dash jumping is a very basic technique in other games, but in this game you hardly need it, so I don't think they will use it for secrets. Wait, did we get everything? We didn't. Did we even explore this part of the map so far? I mean, this all looks new, but no, it shouldn't be. To the right, there's still something new. I will never understand why this attack doesn't work underwater. And then, yeah, we never used the XP, what is it, the Silver Serpent Ring or whatever in Elden Ring. Although I really like the XP increasing rings in the other games. Basically because it was probably too well hidden and we didn't find it during our playthrough since we did it blind. It was one of the very few items we didn't find. Okay, there seems to be a chest over here. I really don't know why we didn't go here. There's literally no reason we didn't go here before. I mean, obviously we didn't. It's the Ruined Witch's Book. Increases aquatic movement speed. Wow, that's great. I don't know, there was no moment in the game where I was like, yeah, sure, let's swim faster. I mean, these are in the game because, you know, maybe some people enjoy, you know, adapting their build to their environment. But so far there has been no reason to do so. Even the longer aquatic sections haven't been really, you know... I mean, look, we're pretty quick on the water already. It's not like we're slower or something. Okay, great. We already made progress here. Wait, I'm just... Did we skip one? I don't think we skipped one. We have a new relic, right? Okay, there's nothing here. Now I'm confused. Oh, yeah, we kept this one for later because we said we are not going to skip the order. So this should be basically something we might be able to get. Well, this looks weird. Wait, is this the one we dropped down and we're like, yeah, we're dropping down way too far and... Yeah, this might actually be pretty tricky. Maybe. Maybe not, I'm not sure. Nope, can't get up here. Yeah, because all that's gonna happen is we're gonna drop down here. So where exactly did they hide the secret? I mean, the only thing I can imagine is basically jumping very far to the right, like this. Yeah, that's weird. Maybe there is a Metroidvania mechanic we're missing, so maybe there is a wall climb or something that would enable us to... I mean, that's true, there are a lot of Metroidvania that had wall running mechanics, you know, where you could not only climb walls, but actually also run on ceilings and stuff like that. But most modern Metroidvanias don't use that mechanic anymore. Yeah, there might be a secret here, but... As far as I can tell, I can't find it at the moment, which is okay. I don't really care about it 100%ing every room. And I mean, some people do it even with guides or something like that, you know, they don't even do it themselves. And that's the part, I mean, I can understand from, you know, yeah, I want to be done with the game 100%. But if you're just following a guide, you know, it's basically not your achievement, so why even bother, you know? Why even bother doing it in the first place? I mean, if it's fun to you, do it, of course. Always, that's the main, you know, the most important thing about gaming is just to have fun, whatever way gaming is fun to you, is the way you should play the game. I'm still pretty curious why you would follow a guide to 100% a game all the way through. I mean, there are even people that don't even play games themselves. They literally play a guide. And now you might say that's very uncommon, you know, on Twitch to watch somebody play after a guide. And the reality is a lot of streamers have become such... some people on Twitch have become to some degree a player that just plays after a guide. And they basically just let their chat help them out whenever they're stuck. So they're basically playing with a guide that is adapted to their own playthrough. And of course, there are also some that don't want spoilers, but a lot of people, for example, Northern Line, at first they were like, yeah, please no spoilers. And later on they were like, yeah, without chat, I can't even play games anymore. So yeah, it transformed, and I'm pretty sure it can happen to anybody. Some people are very, you know, strict to them about it and try to keep help to a minimum. But it's pretty easy to get help if you want, because most people are very, you know, they want to help, they want to, you know, they're basically there because they like you, and that's why they might be quick to give more help than you actually want. I literally don't want help unless I really ask for it, or I really miss something for like 10 hours. Hey, by the way, you can attack in the game or something like that. So if it's not really incredibly dumb of my, on my part, and you know, or if it's something I ask for, I also prefer not to know too much about the game. Okay, it's a ladder, I don't care about it, and it's not what we're missing, so probably down here. Don't have a fragment. The engraving can be deciphered upon collecting all 7 fragments. Wait, this is literally the first one we got. So we're basically 6. There are 6 more we can find in the world. I mean, look at all the rooms we didn't do, so it's probably not that surprising. But it still is to some degree, because I was expecting... I expected that we already had most of the, you know, items you can find, at least, you know, that part of it. And it to be that is the first one we find is very interesting. And this design's really annoying. They don't insta-die, and you have to wait for them to die. You know, here there should also be a secret. Perfect. And we should really make a habit of destroying the crates on the ground. I know they can keep, yeah, for example this, yeah, they have important items in them. And an additional relic slot is definitely one of the bigger upgrades we can get at the moment. We're still not done here, interestingly enough. Oh wait, there's the chest now. And 20% max HP, so really exploration is rewarded heavily, because we don't have that much HP in this game. I mean, 20% is still a lot at sub 300 HP. Yeah, it's just like, what, 25%? I don't know, something like that. It is still, not 25%, what I'm talking about. Maybe 7% or something. It's still pretty good. Okay, so now we can go back. And we should definitely not forget to equip the relics. And it also means that we were pretty, you know, under-equipped when it comes to fighting all the bosses so far, because we stopped exploring like very early in the game, and we didn't have all these items we could have gotten much sooner. Bist du fertig? Ja. Bis wann musst du es fertig haben? Morgen. Okay. Aber denkst du, du kriegst das morgen hin, oder? Okay. Bin dir klar. Ich meine, du hast ja gemacht, was du machen kannst, und... Ja, nee, klar. Was machst du denn heute Abend? Okay, so we're gonna... sorry if I sometimes speak German. My girlfriend just got off work. I mean, she works from home, but... she basically finished work for today. And... so don't be surprised also when I speak German. Not always, but like 90% of the time when I speak German will either be when it's a German stream, or when I speak with her. Took an arrow to the knee. Wait, there is 100% an item here. Yeah, 100%. There's no item there. Wait, no! Oh my god, he's owning us. I like how our HP bar is getting longer and longer. I'm still not sure if I'm a fan of that mechanic. I mean, it gives you, you know, it makes you feel stronger in a way, but in a way it also is a bit annoying to have so much, you know, real estate wasted on a bar, which indicates basically the same thing the entire game. I would probably not do it if it was my game, especially when it has a lot of progression mechanics. I mean, the advantage is if you don't put numbers on it, people can still tell how much HP you have. For example, in Elden Ring, it's pretty easy to see if somebody has vigor or not. But it just is a bit weird. For example, in Elden Ring, if you go max Vig and you also have the buffs for it, it really gets a bit, you know, extreme. It's like almost the entire screen and it just feels a bit, you know, too much. Okay, we're done here. That's good. Is there an adjacent room? Yes, we have to go down. Well, maybe not like this, but in theory we have to go down. For whatever reason, the game kind of reminds me of Rayman Legends sometimes when it comes to how the, you know, the graphic style. It is very different, but there are some aspects of it which seem, you know, kind of similar. Wait, did we ever go up here? We didn't have the lamp when we first explored here, so it's a bit weird that we have 100% over here. Wait, we don't need to go down. Wait. I changed the room for no reason. I can't talk. I'm sorry today. Wait, I also want to go down, but again, that's not where we should be going. Okay, and here we have lamps. They might actually not. Yeah, they don't change anything, so we will have to go back. Können wir irgendwas machen? We're not that perfect. I really like this one for underwater. For whatever reason, charge attacks underwater don't feel as annoying as out of the water. But that could also be because the enemy patterns are pretty simplistic compared, underwater compared to on the ground. But we still didn't find what we're looking for. That's weird, right? We should have found it by now. I mean, this should not be the way. Nope. And by the way, what I really like is that they didn't go for leave the room and everything respawns like a lot of other old school Metroidvania. You know, they always did the instant respawning. And I really like the went the Souls route by having partially respawning enemies. I mean, both cases, when you backtrack, you want to have enemies, so the enemy so you can fight, and it's not too boring for the player. But infinitely respawning enemies by, you know, just moving the camera a bit or changing rooms is mostly annoying because it makes it very punishing to door. This is really weird. Yeah, I just want to say, if it's not here, I don't know where it is. Okay, so the good old secret walls. Let's go to the next room. Okay, there's also something hidden in the restroom. And I think the restrooms themselves usually have toilets in a hunter's hut. Usually I find the secrets here the hardest to find. Like they're usually very well hidden for some reason. I can't really get around to why that is. Yeah, they're very well hidden. You see, it's impossible to find them. Okay, we got it. We can walk. We don't need to TP. Maybe TP would have been faster. I mean, not maybe, definitely. Feels good that they don't have as much HP as they used to. I mean, we're doing more damage, basically. It's funny that the right way to go about it usually is just to increase the damage of the player, and not, you know, decrease the damage of the HP of the enemies. Because it never feels good to get weaker in games, and some games really don't like. I mean, there are, you know, a lot of games that have a moment where the character gets very weak, or they take away stuff from you and whatever. I don't know, it always feels bad. I never liked those sections. Unless there is a very good story reason and it's well told, you know, but most games just do it to, you know, give you the sense of, look, you lost everything, to show you how much you've gained. And I don't think that's really the way you should do it. You should just, you know, let the player do whatever they want, because at the start of the game you don't have anything anyway, so you have a progression, and just artificially, you know, resetting it every time, you know, like, I don't know, in a roguelike where it works very well, in a normal game just doesn't work well. I think it should be a core mechanic, or it should be no mechanic, unless there's a story reason. And they are very well implemented. And it might also be because a lot of these sections take away your weapons and shooters or whatever, and then you have to do, you know, some stealth sections. And these usually tend to be very bad, so compared to the rest of the game. I can't really remember any stealth section in a non-stealth game that really appealed to me. I mean, even in Uncharted, the stealth section was pretty ass. And now you could argue that you can always stealth in Uncharted, but I mean, the game is designed in a way that you can basically just start shooting immediately, so you don't really have to. Okay, so what are we doing here? I mean, this is a very complex area, so we might end up just not finding it right away, but secret should be somewhere. We might not even have fully explored it the first time around. I mean, I literally don't know if this is... Did we already go here? This is gonna be so annoying. I think this is the way up north we usually would go. Maybe there's just a door or a gate. Maybe we didn't break something. Or we didn't pick up something like here. Okay, good, we're done. Oh, why not? I'm always thinking, did already look at that room, because everything kind of looks the same on the map. But since we're going from top to bottom, we should be fine, and there should not be problem with that, unless it's very close to somewhere else we already have been before. This room also should have some sort of secret. Unfortunately, we really need to destroy all the pots because one of them might just contain the secret. And then again, I'm really wondering, did we kind of miss out on the grapple? Was there an alternative path which would have given it to us much sooner? I mean, all these areas are so full of grappling opportunities. And even with our level advantage, they still feel kind of strong. I mean, they don't do any damage, but... I just want to say, if it's not in there, I again don't know where we have to go, but perfect. Also, the moment I think like, yeah, now I'm getting kind of... The options are running out. And to find it, which is good. Wait, there's another room to the right of here. Wait. No, I think this is a trap, right? We didn't... This is where we dropped the last time, and there is no secret down here. Or is there? Nope. So basically what we should have done is not fall. Which is okay, we can just go back up. But before we go back, maybe it's a good idea to still try to find out if we can go back another way, which we can, obviously. Oh, good thing there is no fall damage for us. Wait, did we go here? This is really, again, such a big room. You really don't know if you already have been there, so... I think we dropped down here, so we shouldn't go down there. I think. I have no idea, actually. It looks very annoying to navigate. I think this was also a part of the game where we already decided not to really care about completion for the moment. Oh, this is the way we usually would have come from, so... I wouldn't expect it to be here, but maybe we forgot to break something. And by the way, tomorrow we're gonna do a German Genshin Impact stream because there are only 3 days left for the major events, and we still have a lot to do. I would expect a very long and very German stream tomorrow. Yeah. Oh wait, I found it. Wait, what? Come on, really? No way this is not the secret. This is a red wall, right? Like, it looks like this has to be the secret. Well, that wasn't worth it. Yeah, so tomorrow... Oh, by the way, the Sino banner, I don't know how you... Sino, I don't know how you pronounce him in English. Banner is gonna be a must pull for me because I really like the 4-star character that comes with him. And we're basically gonna have to risk a 50-50 on him, but maybe she's good with him, and she looks cute, he looks cute. Maybe it's a cool team comp, I don't know. But it made it unfortunately a must pull because she is one of the coolest looking characters I think I saw so far in the game. At least the artwork. I don't know how she looks in game, obviously, because I didn't look at any of the trailers or something like that. Wait, I didn't go left here. I mean, I don't even know if it's worth it killing them at this point. I mean, they hardly give any XP. I think we would need to kill 100 or something of them. Wait, there are gates over here? Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Wait, from below? Doesn't really look like there is a way to... I mean, sure, there's an elevator. Wait, from below. Oh, okay, so we have to go right, down, left, up. Wait, is this gate tied to the enemy too? Maybe that's the solution to the entire mystery. Yeah, good. Good thing we noticed. We would have wasted a lot of time going back. Yeah, but definitely for me it is a 9.5 out of 10, and I just have to remove half a point because of the minimap. It does reduce the enjoyment a little bit, especially early on in the game. Fortunately, we're kind of lucky or good, I don't know, at finding secrets, so it doesn't really matter too much that we don't have a minimap. But for each room, I mean. But overall, I think the backtracking part was pretty annoying and could have been avoided easily without much work. Yep, there is a red door again, a little bit of backtracking we didn't need to do. And I'm definitely not going to wait for the key, because all the dead ends now are basically going to be the red door. So I know the moment we get the key, we can go back and access every area of the game without any issues. So that should be perfectly fine. Well, this is of course, how do I put it? The big, you know, the big backtracking moment where we basically go through the area where we skip all the cells for no reason, and we have a lot of stuff to find in them. Oh, we don't even one-shot them, fortunately, but they give a lot of XP, which is good. Yeah, we might even level up if we stay here for a little bit. Yeah, but it's a very, very good game. From my side, you get a full recommendation, and if you ever don't find the way, you basically can watch my VODs, and you should definitely be able to find the way forward that way, because we didn't do a lot of backtracking, and it should be easy if you know somebody 100%, not 100%, but somebody beat the game and you have a video from him. It should be kind of easy to get unstuck, but I mean, at the end there are so many videos out there where you can look at, but they might have spent a lot of time backtracking, so it might be a bit harder. So for me, of course, it's pretty easy to see when I start backtracking, so it's late in the game. And I still don't know where we have to go, by the way, but it doesn't really matter because we're gonna end up finding it naturally by backtracking at the moment. And you don't even have to. I mean, you might also be willing to spend hours just finding the way, or you can get lucky and find it that way. But overall, definitely a game you can get. And I also saw that Metal Slinger, I don't know what the game is called. You know, basically bullets per minute, a rhythm shooter with cool soundtrack and whatever, you know, heavy metal soundtrack, is free quote unquote in the Game Pass. Yeah, I didn't see that, so we can also play that game without even having to buy it. Yeah, there are so many good games, and the problem is, as always, that time isn't infinite, and even though I game a lot, it's still very, very hard to really, you know, catch up on the backlog. I mean, we literally have games like Tales of Arise and, you know, Death Stranding and other big games in that backlog, which by themselves should take, you know, probably more than 20 to 40 hours, even, I mean, more than that. And we also have, you know, Roller Dome. We still want to finish Neon White, one of the, you know, highest rated Steam games of the year, which we also rate very, very highly so far. Yeah, there's so many good games, and I think it's an amazing time to be a gamer. Everybody should be kind of happy. I mean, even if you say, yeah, everything was better before, I mean, there are literally so many games which just emulate what happened before, or just remakes or remasters of old games, and you can access any old game also. And I think even if you play old games again and again and again, there's so many of them even back then, that I don't think you're ever going to get really bored when it comes to that, unless you're looking for new experiences. But then you should have a lot of good ones too, so I don't know. It's very, very hard to be dissatisfied with gaming, I think, overall. Unless, of course, you're dissatisfied with, you know, your perception of gaming, which is something gaming won't change, but you can only change yourself. Okay, can we get down here? Wait, this is probably... Yep, this is not probably... This is definitely not the way we should have gone. Wait, is this even possible? Should be, right? Wait, this is a double charge? Oh no, this is so annoying. Why would they do that? So we basically... But it must work, because I don't think we're going to get anything else that enables it, so... Probably something like this should work. Bad timing, hopefully. Maybe it just doesn't work and we're dumb. Wrong button. It might not work, actually. Maybe if we go from all the way above. Yeah, that's not the key I wanted to press. Maybe if we do this. Oh, never mind. It might not work. I just realized it might actually be too difficult. Maybe there is an item that increases the charge speed, or we can just wind up over here. Never mind. I'm pretty sure that's the solution over here. There's a second area that has the same issue, and I'm still not sure how to do it over there, so I was a little bit confused. Wait, does this work? Can we jump? I don't think we can jump, right? Jumping interrupts it. Yeah. Does this work? Yes or no? Yeah, it has a huge range. I mean, if we get the timing better, it should hopefully work. And we should also destroy these just in case there is an item in there. Wait, this isn't hit. It didn't hit? I'm starting to think it is not possible to go there. Because it doesn't look like a tier 2. I actually can't tell if it's a tier 2 or tier 1 gate. For all I know, it might not be a tier 2 gate. Pretty sure this doesn't work, which is unfortunate. And then we don't need to look any further in this room, because it basically means we can't get it yet. Or we're just too bad. We're not good enough. Maybe. Okay, so there should... Wait, I'm an idiot? I think this is on purpose, by the way. If you think this is like bad, you know, map design, it should be a trap, basically. Hey Noitalomi, how are you and how is your father? And already talked about the increased prices of the graphics cards, so if you noticed them yourself, I also noticed them afterwards. because I didn't look at the entire lineup. I just looked at the 490, and it was a little bit more expensive. Here we got another relic slot, and that's great. And I'm even more so a fan of the LSS 3.0, but I'm really curious to see how good it looks in action. And I think it will look fantastic in action. Just, I mean, there are a lot of reasons why it wouldn't look fantastic, but I'm pretty sure it will be something very cool to witness. The first glimpse of the future of rendering. It's, you know, it's much more important than ray tracing. Ray tracing is just a simple technology, but what DLSS is starting, you know, like the neural network rendering, basically. This is something completely new, and I'm very excited for it. Like version 3.0 really starts a new revolution compared to what they did before. Like completely artificial frames, and I think the entire engines are going to change. But we already talked about that. So basically, if you're very interested about that, you watched the start of the stream, which is probably the best way to not forget what I said, because I literally don't know what I said anymore. So, okay, so can we go up here, top right, probably? Okay, not here. Wait, not here either. So, how are we gonna get there? We already got there, so basically what we have to do is come here from the right. Do we have a way to make that happen? Yes, we do. And one room below there also is a secret, but that was the red wall. We said we are not gonna do that one, so we can go left and then we can go right. I hate them. I hate them so much. Wait, they're strong actually. Yeah, right. They're not as weak as the other ones. And your father is doing a little bit better. I think he's in good hands there. I have a positive impression of the university clinic in Halle. It's big and we got lost a few times, but I think it's fine the way it is. That sounds like very good news. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that if that's like the specialized clinic for those sorts of cases, that is probably in the best hands that he could be. So at least that's the best news, that at the end, you're not gonna have to be, you know, questioning yourself if he got all the help he needed. I mean, he's gonna get all the help. I mean, not all the help he needed, all the help we could have given him. And I'm pretty sure if he's at such a good, you know, clinic, he's gonna get, you know, the best we can do. And if that's not enough, it's not enough. But if he's already doing better, that's already, I think, a good sign. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. If you don't have, you can't have regrets if you're at least, you know, if the doctors made the right call and, you know, admitted that they're at their limits. Because it's always, saying that you can't help somebody. I mean, it requires, I mean, you shouldn't think it requires anything, but I mean, even a doctor, you know, has some, I mean, not even, I think a lot of doctors also have their pride and, you know, saying, yeah, sure, we should bring him to a specialized clinic. Often is maybe also a step that doctors might tend to do a little bit too late, because they always might hope that they can help the patient. I mean, there might also be some that are relieved if they can do that, but I mean, in general, I think it's always a good sign when doctors do it, regardless, because if there's somebody who's more qualified for the job, or a location which is more qualified, you should definitely not be in the way of that. Well, that's 100% over here. Then we can TP to the next one. And how are you doing? I mean, I guess now you're doing a little bit better too, I guess. You have a better feeling about everything. Okay, so left, bottom left, we never went there, and we also said we want to go top and top left. Do I want to go bottom left first? I don't know. Actually, we might want to go top and left first. Was machst du jetzt? Was denn? Und was? Ja, schon. Das was? Aber ich war nicht in dem Woolwatch-Kleber-Ding. Wahrscheinlich, ja. Ich dachte ja, ich zahle es, deswegen was mir. And you're fine, and that's good to hear. Wait, I'm dumb. I'm done again because I thought I had. Wait, why do we always lose our charge? We never use the finishing ability or well, the ultimate ability or whatever. But we still don't have it. Okay, dann aber zieh dir eine Maske an. Und viel Erfolg und sei vorsichtig. Ich habe schon überlegt, den Alles-Kleber zu nehmen, der nicht an den Fingern kleben bleibt. Nee, ich meine Sekundenkleber, der nicht an den Fingern klebt. Das meinte ich. Ja. So my girlfriend's gonna get caught working in the kitchen. And tends to... you know, she's very good at it, but she tends to sometimes injure herself for no reason. Like small things, you know, like maybe, you know, glue on the hands or something like that, and that's never too good because it's hard to get off. Hey, we didn't die. Amazing. So what game are we going to play after Lilies? I think we should finish because probably A, not too long, and B, something we wanted to finish a long time ago. I think we should finish Neon White. I think Neon White is definitely the prime candidate for the next game. And what is the ultimate backlog deadline, in my opinion, is Persona 5, which is coming to PC and especially coming to Xbox Game Pass next month, like the 20th or something. And I think there are a lot of big games coming soon, and probably a lot of them when they come out we're gonna stream. If we stream them right away, it's gonna be German. If we stream them later on, it's probably gonna be English. So they might, I can't really tell which language they will be. And Neon White probably is gonna end up being also English from now on. So like, if you don't know, it's basically the same logic as always. Sub 100 viewer, roundabout, maybe also a bit more or less, depends on which game it is. Will be English, which is most games we're gonna play, and a lot of big games when they're close to launch are probably gonna be in German. So yeah, that's basically how the challenge is gonna work, and I expect like a slightly favorable. It's no. Thanks to Genshin Impact, I expect probably 50-50 distribution when it comes to English and German content. Maybe slightly skewed towards a certain language depending on what game is currently being played a lot. But thanks to Genshin Impact, I'm pretty sure that we're still gonna have a lot of German streams. For example, tomorrow is gonna be a long German stream. Yeah. So unfortunately, there is no simple solution for the language. Beyond maybe saying completely in English, but I don't think that's really what I want to do, because I also value, you know, German interactions. So it's kind of hard. And I also thought about making a second channel, but then again, most of my German viewers probably are somewhat, you know, okay with English to some degree, because we always play the games in English anyway. So maybe, you know, that way at least they don't get less streams. And they have at least the opportunity to write German in chat, and I can, you know, sort of answer in English. I don't know, it is kind of annoying, but I mean, that's just why I think we should get rid of languages overall. Yeah, I think we would be better off not having them. Wait, we should go left first, and then we should go back to the TP. I mean, resting site, not TP. But how do we go up there anyway? I think it's just down left. There should only be one way to the left. Never mind, it's the dead end. But like I said, English for me is basically a win-win, basically, because I might end up not having 0 potential viewers on games which are small, which probably is unfortunately the reality Twitch lives in. And I can practice my English, and the German streams are also win-win because I actually can, you know, speak a language I'm a little bit more comfortable when it comes to, you know, my, you know, motoric skills. They're a little bit more sophisticated because I have been using them a lot more, and basically I get more potential visibility compared to the English category, which is like insanely oversaturated when it comes to bigger games. I mean, the German one is also pretty big when it comes to certain games, but it's still no comparison. I mean, for example, if I had ever started streaming Genshin Impact in English, I would have probably never gotten any views, realistically. The visibility would have been like -10. Yeah, that's, you know, I don't really care too much about viewers or what. I'm not viewers. I don't care about viewers. Fuck you guys. And why are we even here? No, what I don't care about is too much, you know, about how many viewers. But I would like to at least have one person watching. So that's my goal. You know, having one person that I can interact with is basically all I need. And sometimes, unfortunately, with smaller games, even that can be already very limited. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I mean, it's just me, you know, it's me, it's Twitch, it's reality, you know. There is no magic. There are no magic friends online. No, goal achieved. yeah. Well, yeah, thank you very much. I mean, you know, you are an exception even because you like English and you don't like, you prefer German. You said that, unfortunately, but I mean, you're here when we do German and English streams, so that's, you know, a double goal achieved for me. Kann ich nochmal was auf Deutsch? No, I'm really trying to, unless there's really, you know, if I say something in German, which is not to my girlfriend, I'm probably going to translate it anyway. So if there is really something I want to say in German because somebody doesn't understand something, I'm going to do it in German and just paraphrase what I said in English quickly. Also die dummen kleinen Spastis, die jetzt hier zuschauen. I'm joking. I was just trying to... I said something very mean and it was a joke. Okay, so... yeah. Today I bought some relaxed tea. I think it was Turkish... apple, and I also bought, I don't remember, yeah, Darjeeling and one more, I can't remember. Yeah, some kind of, you know, good night, sleep well tea, which is actually pretty good. There is a tea in France called tisane, and it's some, you know, a mix of herbs, but it's very, very relaxing, and I find it very sad we don't have a exactly, you know, one-to-one tea like that in Germany. It's very cool. Oh, and I noticed, which is probably also has been the case for some weeks so far, but I also noticed that there are a lot of Christmas things, you know, you can buy, you know, gingerbread and all that stuff. And I even bought, yeah, I mean, I never did that before. This is the first time in my life that I ever bought a seasonal decoration item. And I actually bought you know, you can hang it at the wall. It's like pumpkins and leaves, you know, slightly, you know, autumn colored. And yeah, it's something you just hangs at the walls. Looks nice. And I also bought one for my mother. It's an owl. She likes owls. And I also bought it's like, what is it? Yeah, it is a hedgehog on a leaf for which looks very cute, for my niece. Yeah, she's probably gonna like it, and she can maybe put it at her door or something. Yeah, so I usually don't ever do that. It's like, see, I'm getting old. No, and that's not true. It's actually not my age. I want to clearly state that. It's the ignorance of that I like it all my life. I never really cared about it, but I never knew I cared about it. And now I noticed that I actually like seasonal events. I like Halloween. I like Christmas. You know, I just like seasonal events. It's something I kind of enjoy. And that realization took some time, but you know, I mean, you grow, you know, it's not only getting older, it's actually also knowing what you like. And I always liked it, but I never really realized that I liked it. And then I, you know, stopped being at home and nobody actually did it. And I didn't really think about doing it, but I always would have liked doing it, I guess. From behind and from... It's called beer, also very relaxing. I unfortunately really don't like the taste of beer and alcohol in general. I really only like the taste of alcohol that's mixed with other things like sugar and whatever. And then the alcohol is just like a little, you know, touch on top. But the pure taste of alcohol and beer is something I unfortunately cannot enjoy. Well, unfortunately, and probably fortunately. But unfortunately, when you compare, you know, it is still something I like less. I mean, it makes it easy not to get addicted and, you know, get health issues. But it also makes it impossible for me to actually enjoy it if I ever would decide, you know, I just want to get drunk and, you know, yeah, I would have to force myself to drink stuff. Wouldn't have to force myself. I would probably just take sweet stuff that doesn't taste like alcohol, which is basically something I would forbid if I was the state, because it really gets minors into drinking. Because, you know, you start off drinking all the alcohol pops, whatever they're called, and they just don't taste like it. And you know, it's so easy to drink a lot of alcohol without even noticing, and yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. But overall, I think that the moderate consumption of any drug, you know, that doesn't make you hardcore addicted is fine, as long as you're a person that can, you know, handle the addiction, you know. I mean, if you're gonna die maybe a few months earlier because you drank a little bit of alcohol here and there, it doesn't really matter, you know. I think that if you had a good time during it, you know, life is finite anyway. There is no reason to postpone, you know, make it longer by a few, you know, months or maybe 1 or 2 years if you have to, you know, spend your time only doing stuff you don't like. Beer is good, but the alcohol is bad. Well, you can drink alcohol-free beer, because it actually tastes pretty much the same, I think. And in my case, well, it doesn't, I don't think it tastes the same, but I think it tastes the same way, you know, how do I put it? It also tastes as bad as beer for me. When I drink alcohol-free beer with this, which is not like Radler, you know, with lemonade in it or whatever, it tastes just as shit as normal beer. So, I mean, goal achieved, I guess, when they wanted to replicate the taste. Wait, this does an insane amount of damage. Yeah, right, we remember we can actually kill these easily with our charge attack, which might be a design issue, or it might actually maybe they wanted to do this. Oh, never mind, they didn't. I have no idea why it is designed this way, by the way. This is a big design question mark. I haven't. There might be a reason. Maybe it's a ground poundable thing. No, it's also not. I have no idea what the devs were thinking, to be honest. Don't want to kill them all. Underwater was pretty easy to cheese them, but I think here is a bit harder. Really like we don't move when we do that. You know, I'm kind of happy that Steel Rising needs technical patches, and that Solstice is also kind of bad. It's just 2 games less I want to play. I'm always happy when games are bad, which sounds mean. Of course I'm happy for other people when they're good, but at the moment I really don't want more good games. It just makes me feel like I have even less, you know, time to play them. Not even time, you know, less human time to play them. Not like I have other things that are taking up a lot of time. It's just like, even though I don't have other things taking up a lot of time, it's still not enough. Yeah, so I'm always glad when there are not too many good games coming out these days. Yes, I would never have imagined that there would be a time where there were so many good games. Yeah, I mean, I used to wait for games. Now I'm not even waiting for games. Now I'm like, okay, there are good games coming, but oh my god, I don't even want to wait for them, you know? I just want to... Wait, I'm just actually mad at the moment. But beer without alcohol is no longer beer. It would be like wine without the alcohol. It's just juice. Yeah, but isn't it about the taste? I mean, does it really matter what's inside if it tastes the same? For example, I mean, if you take wine without alcohol, it can still taste like wine. It doesn't have to taste like juice, in theory. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get faster charges. There's again no way we can do the. I mean, we can try it out. I guess. Wait, this is bad. I don't know how to let go. How do we let go? Wait, can I automate here? Well, that's gonna do nothing for us, unfortunately. Maybe you can do it while jumping? Well, then it's easy. We don't have any heals left. Kein Problem, ich denke, hört man eh nicht, wenn ich nicht rede. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, you know, if the taste is samey, I have no idea if it is. You know, the problem is, for example, if you compare it with sugar, sugar substitutes or whatever, they have the issue that they're substituting a very important, signal mechanic. But substituting the taste of alcohol actually isn't bad because it doesn't give the body a wrong signal. You're just substituting poison. So if you substitute poison with a meaningless signal, it is actually not too bad, I think. So if it's possible to really replicate the taste of alcohol without it being alcohol, it would probably be better than replicating the taste of sugar without it being sugar. But I have no idea if there is actually a good, how alcohol-free wine tastes. So wine is also one of the drinks I dislike the most. Coffee, wine, and beer are probably among the most disliked drinks I can imagine on my personal list. I know a lot of people love wine, and we're gonna go to a wine tasting maybe soon. I don't know if it's still a thing. But there are going to be a lot of wine tastings, and you can also, I think, drink Neuer Wein, the one that doesn't have, that didn't already produce as much alcohol. So it's like, young wine. I don't know how you call it in English. And yeah, so the fermentation process is not as advanced, and you can basically just drink juice with a little bit of extra spark. Which I really like, because I already said that I like, sugar and alcohol, so like everybody else too. So I guess, and then together with I don't know how you call it in English, but Flammkuchen in German, it's like, it is like a pizza, but with only with bacon and I have no idea how you call it. Yeah, onions and a lot of sour cream. Yeah, so it is, it's very good together, and it's like a traditional thing from the region I'm from, so yeah, that's very nice. And I always enjoy that seasonal drink, so maybe we can have that instead of wine at the wine tasting. I have no idea if they're going to look at me like I'm crazy or something. And probably they have it, right? Neuen Wein haben die da, oder? Wenn wir das Weintasting machen sollten. Hast du nicht gesagt, irgendwas mit dem Weinfest? Weinfest, okay, jetzt Wine, warum ist nicht einfach nur sowas wie ein Jahrmarkt mit Alkohol? Hasenfest. Yeah. But the music is funny here. Pretty cool. And there's a new roguelike out where you play a robot, and it's like Hotline Miami with a robot, and it supposedly has very good AI for enemies, not good, but interesting AI for enemies, and a very cool soundtrack. It's also on my wish list, so one day maybe we're gonna buy it, but at the moment there are too many other games we still have to finish first. In the Middle Age, beer was considered the only drink that everyone could be sure not to get sick from. Yeah, of course. Back then, alcohol had a lot of positive effects for water treatment. So yeah, it definitely can help back then. Yeah, there were a lot of reasons why alcohol was more useful back then, which still doesn't change that the human body, of course, considers it a poison, and it has negative effects on you even in small quantities. I mean, being drunk is nothing else than poisoning. Yeah, I think a lot of alcohol-free drinks face a lot, especially when it comes to wine. I think wine is one of the maybe beer in Germany, but beer not so much maybe in other countries. But I think wine is something where a lot of people have more, you know, philosophical ideas of what they're drinking than actually what the drink is. So it's like, you know, it's more like an overestimation of what wine is, how it tastes, you know, all the things behind it. And some people might actually be able to taste something, some differences, but I think a lot of people just, you know, are high in copium and like, you know, imagining that the wine that is super old has a very special taste. It might have a special taste, but if that taste even is better, I don't fucking know. I just, for example, I never liked the black olives, and one day I realized why that is, because they're just old green olives. If they're not, by the way, they're fake ones. If the black ones aren't really, you know, very strong in taste, it's just colored green ones because it's cheaper. You don't need to, you know, you can just color them instead of keeping them a long time around. So there are fake ones, and they usually just taste like green ones, so they're good. But yeah, I realized that they're just old ones, and no wonder I didn't like them. They're just old olives. Yeah, so my brain told me this is like kind of weird. It's not fresh, it is not good, and that's why I don't like them. Doesn't mean I couldn't get used to it, but I don't want to get used to it because it's just old food. Ja, was denn, Muffin? Geil. Oliven sind alte, vergammelte grüne Oliven. Nicht vergammelt, aber überreife, superreife. So reif, dass das Gehirn dir eigentlich sagt, das ist fast schon so reif. Yeah, they're too ripe. Too ripe in my opinion. No, it's all a matter of taste, but I think some taste you really don't have to get used to. It's not like they're like special or magical or something like that. Greatly reduces magic damage, reduce damage sustained while in blinded fog and while in or wait. Is this a key item which will enable us to actually progress in this area? Oh, it might be. Maybe the map has more... one thing I didn't like too much about the game was that the map itself seemed very open, but linear at the same time. Maybe it was my mistake and there were a lot of different paths we could have taken, or now there is a branching point, like, you know, Dark Souls 2, where you have three or four main branches you can take. Maybe it's branching out a little bit, which would be cool, but it could also be the main path we have to go. So now we have a relic which would enable us to go into the water here. And also the opportunity to equip it right away. Now the question is, do we want to go and backtrack first? It was this hidden test subject. It uses the urn holding the test subject's body as a shield, a well-timed... This is cool. They have a lot of parry mechanics in the game. It's not only the, you know, the relic, but it's also a lot of, I think this one too, right? No, which one was it? Also not this one. But there's definitely another one where you can parry. And that's fun because, yeah, here for example, yeah, here you have a parry, there you have a parry. I like that they incorporate the mechanic beyond just adding a button and one animation. It shows that the devs cared about the mechanic. I also care about parrying when it's very integral to the game. And here you can get it away with it, just, you know, ignoring it, because I think parrying is always something I dislike compared to evasion, and that's probably because of my martial arts background, because if you parry something, you always need to be in contact with the attack, and you always are at risk of injury. And if you dodge, you're never, you know, you're not in contact, and you don't need to, you know, counter or deflect the attack. I think even more than parrying, deflection is maybe, you know, the middle ground I would prefer. Yeah, so like in Aikido, when you use the, you know, force from the enemy to throw him on whatever, that's like basically also something I like. But I really dislike, you know, just blocking and parrying attacks. That's like really the last resort if dodging doesn't work. And often you have to do it, but just that's why I probably don't like it in video games, because I know it actually hurts if you get hit and you have to block and parry. Yeah. And you're not a wine drinker, you probably couldn't tell a difference. I mean, you can tell some differences. I mean, the main, I think, problem a lot of people have is discerning white and red wine. I think wine tastes very different. But red wine and white wine don't taste as different as you would expect. But I think it's more like how is the individual wine compared to the color of the wine. So that's why I think a lot of people would probably struggle even discerning the color, because they think it is very important for the taste. But if you ever ate, grapes or whatever, even red and green grapes, they have a slightly different taste, but not significantly different. And then if you think that it's just the fermentation and the alcohol and everything that's in there, and that doesn't have really anything to do with the color of the grapes, I think like basically, yeah, I don't think the color. Gar nicht. Ja, da habe ich auch mal, glaube ich, gehört, aber es macht irgendwie auch Sinn, dass das gekoppelt ist voneinander. Yeah, I don't think there is too much correlation between color and taste. I mean, you can literally make any drink, any color these days and taste exactly the same. So you could make Coke, or maybe not Coke, but, like for example, there's so much white water with taste in it. And it's all white, so basically it doesn't really matter. The coloring is just often added, for example, Fanta or whatever. I'm pretty sure that's not naturally orange, it's just because they wanted to brand it orange. So I'm pretty sure all these colors you expect from like your soft drinks are just basically like to enhance your perception of the taste they want the product to have. It's anyways artificial, the color's artificial, so why would wine... I mean, it's natural colored, of course, usually, but why would the color be important? Because it's just, pigmentation. Pigmentation doesn't really correlate to, taste. Yeah. I just want to say that that the color is not as important as a lot of people think when it comes to taste, which might make some, people feel like they're idiots for not discerning the wine, but it's more important to discern, I think, the types of different wine than really the colors. I think a lot of people think that it's very different if you have white or white wine. Just because they see the differences in color and like, oh yeah, it's very different. But I have no idea, maybe they don't. Okay, so what we need to do is, wait, we can actually equip this one. Oh, this is looking good. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, that's what I want to do. And I hope they stack. If these don't stack, the death would be really, really mean. Because any player that plays smart, no, I'm joking, any player that, tries to optimize defense would pick all of them. And we are probably going to be able to swim in this for at least a while. I mean, this is not perfect, but it's pretty good. And I actually don't think it's going to get better. It's literally the room right next to the underwater passage. Now the question becomes, do we want to go and backtrack and finish the other TPs before we go here? I mean the resting sites, all the other rooms over here. And I think the answer is I want to go back first, because going here is definitely going to lead up to a new boss. And I don't think for the other parts we're going to need the relics, so I'm just going to go and remove it again and put on this one again. Did I remove another one? No, we really got a lot of new slots. Who has less slots? Twitch, because they actually banned stake.com. But the irony is they didn't ban American-based gambling, which is basically their way of saying we don't want the big crypto gambling scene to be on Twitch. And it is a fair argument to make, because it's very hard to argue that stake is not cheating. Stake could literally be cheating more than they even advertise. I mean, obviously they're cheating because otherwise they couldn't operate, because every gambling is literally meant to make the player lose. But I think stake.com is in a position where they can arbitrarily change the numbers, even maybe randomly, per game, per how much money was bet or whatever. It could be highly manipulative, and if they were based in America, they would have to face a thorough investigation and severe repercussions for breaking the law. But where they're based, they literally can do whatever they want. So it's basically, it doesn't protect people from gambling, it just protects people from a way of gambling that is a little bit more unfair than than even normal gambling is. But it doesn't really change the problem. So I mean, yeah, it was a good, move from, not from Twitch, but from the people that actually, said, yeah, we're gonna stop streaming. I think Miskiff, Pokemon, whatever, they said, yeah, we're gonna do a strike during the main ad revenue season of Twitch, and we're going to cost them a lot of money. And we're also, you know, and they raised a lot of awareness, so it's a good step forward, but it's still not a solution to gambling on Twitch because, you know, it's not just stake.com, it's also Genshin Impact and all that. They should all be, you know, categorized as 18 plus and labeled as gambling. I don't even know if I probably should even put gambling in the title of my stream. You know, you can do custom tags at the moment, so probably when we play Genshin, I should put in gambling so people I know I'm gambling. That's a great idea. You know what? I'm going to put in gambling because we're actually streaming Genshin Impact on the regular. So I'm going to put in gambling as a tag. That's a good idea. I just had it. Great. We're putting in gambling. Yeah. Just so people know, we're not playing. You know, we're not going to go on stake.com or any casino site, but we're going to play Genshin, and that's a good tag. And now we have custom tags. I don't even know if there was a gambling tag before. Probably not. Is gambling now banned on Twitch? I don't know if you followed the explanation. I don't know when you asked that, but it's only partially banned. So gambling by itself is not banned. You can gamble in games. You can gamble on American casinos. You know, all these things are okay, but you can't gamble on non-US based casino sites. So it's basically limiting the amount of gambling, and the argument is basically that these sites can be malicious and cheat and whatever, and make an even worse experience, you know, for the gamblers than other sites, and maybe even, you know, allow for minor age gambling or whatever. So it's basically just a way to. Why is it important, by the way? Because blacklisting yourself, you know, in casinos probably wasn't possible for stake.com. I don't know if they even cared about the blacklist, the global blacklist, but all the gambling sites which now will be featured on Twitch will have you know, at least some amount of regulation. And we shouldn't forget that the biggest sponsors of gambling on Twitch were stake.com. So basically stake.com, I think even a YouTuber got banned for mentioning stake.com that much. It was a big scandal because he was negative. He was reporting about how stake.com is, you know, hurting people and how gambling is shit. And he got banned because it was branded as an ad for stake.com by the algorithm or somebody working at Google, and it was a big joke. Yeah, but overall, it is an improvement, but it doesn't really change the fact that we're still going to have gambling on Twitch to some regard. And maybe less because there is one less big sponsor, because of obviously stake.com had a lot of money, and I mean, if they have that much money, you can guess where it's coming from. And it's not only coming from legal gambling, it's also coming from very probably illegal gambling. Yeah, so they probably are not upfront about their rates. I'm pretty sure that stake.com is very much so being dishonest about how easy it is to, you know, how the likelihoods are and all that shit. Why wouldn't they be? Nobody can actually, you know, harm them in a legal way. The only thing you have for, you know, have going, you know, the only assurance you have is their word, you know. And what would I care about what a gambling site tells me? Oh yeah, you're always gonna win. You're always gonna win. We only have winners. That's great for you. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna win. After I lost more, I'm gonna win less. Wow, that's amazing. And that's the thing that a lot of people, especially if they watch gambling streams, they might not, you know, they might not be there for all the losses. There will be big wins. I mean, if Trainwreck or whoever or XQC, they gamble, at some point they're gonna win $1 million. They're gonna win millions, even maybe the jackpot at some point. But at that point, they lost more money than they won every single time, and the only reason they can even afford to is sponsorship or the viewers that give them, or you know, the viewers or ad sponsors to give them more money than they spend. And the money is not from gambling; the money is literally from you know, from the viewers. And of course, there might be a person that presses play and wins the jackpot immediately. Of course, but I'm pretty sure that the websites who are not, you know, not regulated will make sure that the person winning the jackpot is the person that almost put in as much money as the jackpot. Yeah, and of course, if you have a sponsorship, you know, Stake.com, when they sponsor somebody, why would they not take the account of the person they sponsor and also the rates? Why would they make it not more likely that the person wins? There's no assurance that it's going on. It's such such a gray zone, scammy thing when you think about it. I mean, and people that operate gambling sites are not nice people. It might not be dumb people. Obviously, they're very smart to some degree, but they're probably very, unnice. Not how do you put it? They're not good people. Basically, they might be good people to some people around them, but they're not good people to everybody else. But yeah, basically, I wouldn't give a shit about what they say. By the way, Stake.com, if you wanna, no, I'm joking. Would I ever take a sponsorship for gambling? I mean, sure, why not? If I'm allowed to shit talk gambling while I'm doing it the entire time, I mean, I would do it. I would literally gamble with my, my entire input and output on screen. If they would do that, sure, you can sponsor me. I don't mind. If I can show the people how I'm losing, and if I should not lose, I would still put a disclaimer. Probably they are increasing my rates, so it looks like I'm doing better or something like that. If I'm allowed to do that, of course I would do gambling on stream. I mean, I'm literally doing it in Genshin Impact, so I'm not going to be the one who takes the moral high ground. And I also don't, blame streamers for doing it. I mean, if they want to do it, it's their thing. As long as they at least say it's shit, If somebody's not honest about it, then I really dislike it. But most big streamers are completely honest about that gambling is shit. Nobody should gamble, and they only gamble because they're addicted pieces of shit. No, not a piece of shit, but you know what I mean. They're basically saying, yeah, I only do it because I like it and it's fun, but I know that it's bad for most people and you lose money on it. And that's okay if they do that, but if you're, lying, yeah, you're gonna be so rich when you do it like me. I mean, if you look at who was it, there was a very famous person that made ads, did an ad with Stake.com, a deal, an ad campaign. Drake, I think, the rapper Drake did it, and he was, very, very. The ads with him were completely positive. There was no criticism, nothing, no irony, and yeah, that was really, that just showed what a piece of shit he basically is beyond doing good music. Yeah, so it's very interesting, but it shows, he doesn't. I mean, at the end of the day, you might put money over how people see you. That's basically the question that you have to ask yourself. Is it more important that you get money in that moment if you do something without being honest about it? And I think a lot of people don't really, funnily enough, they don't even need the money. But sometimes I have the impression that people who have a lot of money still care way too much about how much money they make. Well, why would Drake ever do an ad with Stake.com? He must have so much money anyway. All he does is basically sell out for something he doesn't even need, and that just shows what a kind of pathetic human being is when it comes to such things. Yeah, it's a shame whenever people do that for no reason. I mean, I would understand if somebody's really poor, if somebody's poor and somebody's offered such a great deal. For example, he's an artist, he's renowned and whatever, but he doesn't make any money of it. And somebody goes, hey, I'm going to do this ad, it's a bit scummy, but you want to do it? I'm well, sure, go ahead. I mean, you deserve the money, but Drake might deserve the money for the, for the music, but he doesn't need the money. He doesn't need additional money. So I don't know. I have a friend who was addicted to gambling. I blocked all known gambling. You blocked all known gambling sites that exist on his computer. He asked me to do this. I don't even know if you can blacklist yourself in Germany, because there actually is a blacklisting option for casinos, real life casinos. And every casino, I think, in the world has to, almost all of them have to, adhere to this blacklist. So as soon as you register, you're opted out, which is basically a good thing. But the problem is that sites like Stake.com, they don't adhere to these rules. So online gambling has unfortunately been a very, very big step backwards. If you imagine the slot machine you had to go to before, the slot machine was not in your home. You're not sitting on your toilet, taking out your smartphone, suddenly there's a slot machine, and that wasn't possible before. And now it's everywhere. You're addicted to gambling, you can gamble everywhere. And if you think you're I'm not gambling, one day you might wake up and, oh shit, I'm playing Candy Crush, I'm playing Genshin Impact. Suddenly you gamble in a game. And gambling is literally everywhere. And that's really, really annoying. That there is no regulation and no progress in that regard. We're just degenerating everything back to square one. Yeah, so it's very unfortunate that the society is not able to be regulated in an efficient way. And the problem, of course, is that the complexity of the entire systems are way out of scope. I mean, look, we're buying. I watched a show about the Ukraine war and everything, and one of the topics was the gas in Russia, Germany and the Russian gas. And it seems that we bought, refined gas from India. Refined oil from India for a very, very large sum, very expensive, overpriced, which might turn out to be Russian oil. Anyway, so we basically gave Russia more money, paid even more because there was an intermediate party. It's an entire joke. We're just wasting our money. How can anybody defend this this government? Their decisions since COVID have been pathetic, and the Ukraine war. Yeah. Yeah, I just mean they didn't do enough with COVID. I don't mean they were too strict, just to emphasize. I think they were too slow. They weren't, they didn't do the right calls at the right time. They just didn't react enough. And yeah, that's what I mean. So basically, I'm not like the government did too much, we shouldn't have been vaccinated and all that. Not that, exactly the opposite. But basically, everything I hear, everything that requires smart, timely thinking is a catastrophic failure. And I don't know how anybody can defend these parts. I mean, I'm sure there are some parts which are great, but when the big important questions are met with such incompetence, and it's not their money, it's our money they spend. It's not the money of other people they used to do shit with. And that's why every single person should be offended if the state fucks up. Because it's their money. It's like somebody comes into your house, takes your money, takes your car and drives against a wall, and then it's like, yeah, but it was so difficult. Nobody could have known that, it's dumb when we... it's such obvious stupidity, which I hate. And that's just why politics I think politicians in general, there are so many people who are just not fit to have anything to say in public space. They should have nothing to say. And the problem is that we already talked about it so many times, that the problem is just the selection process and the fact that a lot of politicians are politicians because they are the way they are. So somebody like me is not a politician because I don't want to be a politician, because I know what I would have to do to be elected. I don't want to be a lying piece of shit until I get my time in the sun, and then I can actually try to be a good person, but I won't be able to because all the systems are rigged for the people that have money and power, and nobody gives a shit about what you actually really want to do for the people, because they give you your money anyway. There is no condition. The industry deals you get with international companies, they are limited, but the money you get from your people, nobody gives a fuck. They're going to pay. I can't even not pay my taxes. I'm going to go to jail if I do that. So I don't even have the option to say fuck you. But any international company, you don't want to do what we want to do? Oh, well, fuck off. And that's what I mean. We don't have power, and that's why we are never going to be important for politics. And you say, yeah, but they need to be elected, but they're just going to lie to us again. And everybody's going to be, oh, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, they basically they are such good people. Everybody just is just entirely a big joke, and I really hate democracy. I really hate democracy the way we have it at the moment. Of course, there's much worse things than democracy, and almost all political systems are super flawed. But I really hate democracy for the how fraudulent it is. Just like how much you have to lie to be successful in it. It just really feels disgusting. And then they're all high and mighty, and we're so much better than communism or whatever. And they're just doing exactly the same thing in some ways, but just, in a more, maybe less obviously evil way. So I think it's just like, yeah, it's just annoying. It's annoying. And I mean, we have it pretty good in Germany still if they fuck up whatever, but it's just unfortunate that they have to fuck up so much. We're still in a very, privileged position, which I didn't do shit for, of course. So they did a kind of good job, overall. But I still think that it's annoying to see how, easy decisions are completely ruined by complete incompetence. Yeah. Wait, so sorry for the long rant. I just wanted to say, because when I hear stuff like that, it's always like, it's so fucking obvious we're just lying to everybody. We're lying to ourselves. There was no reason to buy the fucking oil from India. We should just have said, yeah, sure, we really hate the war in Ukraine and Russia. We're going to do as much as we can, but we still need to get oil. We still have to get the oil. I mean, we can be, it's just stupid. Now we're just, paying more money to pretend we really don't care. We really care. And Russia doesn't care because they basically get our money. They can, punish us by letting us pay more, and we give them even more, although we want to punish them. So it doesn't really make any sense. We're just, playing into their hand, but whatever. So it's really dumb. You can use the Windows host file to block websites entirely. You can only use this method of blocking if someone is not aware that file. I blocked about 2,000 sites, anything I could find at the moment. Yeah, that's of course cool if you can do it, and if the person doesn't just take out his smartphones, and can access them again, or if he's, in his McDonald's Wi-Fi, and it's not blocked anymore. Yeah, so if you have a limited amount of, resources to access gambling, it might be possible, but the more tech-savvy people are, or, the more degenerate people are, the harder it's gonna get to actually limit their gambling. And by the way, we also have gambling in Germany legally, so I mean, all these things, smoking is still, there is no incentive to get people away from smoking, and oh, alright, this is a dead end, I'm sorry. And yeah, sure, so, there's so many things where you just see... No, smoking is an additional thing they should start to get rid of, and they don't want to get rid of, because it's obviously financially advantageous to keep. And yeah, in other countries, like when I heard they had plans for literally, restricting the distribution of cigarettes, and then slowly but surely to, forbid it entirely, prohibit it entirely. And, if you hear that, then in Germany there are no such plans. Nobody actually cares about it. And I mean, when I heard that like 30% of all grown-ups smoke, I was like, yeah, I mean, that's like a big problem, It's a big problem. We should maybe talk about it. But I mean, obviously we don't want to, because you don't want to lose 1/3 of your potential, voters. Because yeah, you would basically need to lie to them before you do it. And it's, of course, there's a big industry behind it, and there's also a lot of different advantages for when people die of smoking. They don't get old. Old people suck ass when you look at economy, so you don't want to have old people. The sooner they die, the better. The quicker they die, the better. So, yeah, work hard, die fast. That's the best thing for the state. I mean, it is. So you wouldn't be surprised if all the decisions would be made with that in mind. Did anybody ever say work hard, die fast? If not, that would be the great title for a movie, I think. Maybe, a contemporary movie about work culture and, lifestyle. Yeah, it might actually be pretty cool. I don't know, it sounds like a cool title, and you put Vin Diesel in a fast car. No, I'm joking. And, yeah. And like I said, I think I would do a pretty good job as a politician, but I would still be a pretty bad politician for most people, because I would probably do stuff that a lot of people hate. Yeah, so I wouldn't make all the people happy, but in the long term, I think I would help a lot with a lot of, stupid issues. I would never go and try to fix stuff I really don't have an idea, or I don't think is, something I would be, versed enough in to have any credibility in, but that's basically what, I mean, most politicians are anyway, uneducated. Well, they might be educated, but they might not be educated in the field they're going to work in later on. And they won't, most of them probably aren't even able to understand the arguments their advisors are making, because if they would be able, then you wouldn't hear so many news about advisors completely advising against things that politicians then, you know, get sweet talked maybe by the industry or something like that. Wait, what are we doing here? This is really weird. We're underwater and there are several elevators here. I have no idea. Yeah, so basically we're also a politic channel, and maybe we can one day have an interview with Hassan. I'm joking. I actually don't watch a lot of Hassan, so I have no idea how is it Hassan or Hassan in English? I think it's Hassan. And I have no idea actually what his points of view are and things. I'm pretty sure it's like everybody that's an extremist, he's going to have some very good points and he's going to have some very bad points. That's basically the idea of being an extremist, is being too extreme in one regard and in another regard you're probably too lenient. Yeah, I think that's the middle. Usually, you know, you want to. The problem is, and that's also a good point you can make, is that you're going to piss off a lot of people when you're not an extremist, because you're going to be on this person's good side, but then you're going to be on his worst side. You're never going to be the person that's perfectly fitting to somebody's stereotype. So that's why it's also very, very hard to be liked and to always say, you know, to always be on the right side, quote unquote. Because it will be on the wrong side for some people. You're usually on the right side. Yeah. So some of the most hated people in the world who are prominent are probably people that always say what they think is right and don't really care about, you know, too much bias towards certain topics. So they might say something very good for you, and the next moment they might say something very bad. But if they're smart, they're always going to go say good shit. But most people, unfortunately, are very, very biased when it comes to certain things. So they're gonna not recognize when a person is actually making a good point, or if they're just being, you know, an idiot about it. Okay, so why are we talking about politics while playing Lilies? I don't know. It's a cute little girl, and you know. Wasn't there an elevator here? Wait, this is like... Wait, is this actually some sort of puzzle? Wait, did we already do that? Oh, okay, it is some sort of puzzle. Maybe. Maybe it's just, you know, very... Wow, that was not worth it at all. Yeah, and this is everything we can get here. I still don't really understand these spikes. First of all, they were first introduced underwater, and I thought they were mines. And later on, they were, you know, just basically put everywhere. And now I don't even know if they're meant as, you know, like sea urchins, or if they're just there to, I don't know, aliens or something like that. Yeah, and there are also people who get really mad when you insult our current, you know, democracy or whatever, because they think I discredit. I gave credit for all the, you know, the prosperity we have, because it is a system that can, of course, to some degree achieve a lot of prosperity for its inhabitants, and it's by far, you know, not the worst system out there. So I give a lot of credit, and a lot of people think when I say stuff like that, that I discredit all the things they did. Obviously, they did a lot of good things too. Obviously, that's like, you know, it's just annoying that the obvious good things are followed by the obvious dumb things. Just because, you know, one thing is good, the other thing can't be shit. Doesn't mean that it can't be shit. Yeah, so there are a lot of... I'm pretty sure I once met a guy who was 100%, you know, pro-democracy, and if you would have told him that you don't like... When you told him you don't like democracy, he would get very angry at you. You know, he would be very angry, and you could argue why you say that it's not perfect, but it has good traits. He would still be angry, you know, because he wouldn't really be unbiased. And I think his mother was a politician or something, so from... You know, since growing up, he was very biased towards politics and had a very good understanding of the political system, but unfortunately not really of its flaws. So he basically would argued for a system without because he knew that there were good people in it, without really thinking about it. Maybe even the good people make stupid decisions. Okay, Chain of Sorcery grants an additional relic slot. That's nice because now we can again increase the amount of stuff we can active at the same time. And we're not running out of good options, so I think even... What is my expectation of the cap? I would expect the cap to be at 20 probably. I mean, wait, how many do we have? 17? Maybe 25 even. Looking at all the things we have not equipped, I would expect the cap to be maybe 20 or 25. I would say at least 20, probably 25. Or maybe 20, I don't know, something between 20 and 25, but probably either 20 or 25. I don't know how long the game is, depends on the length. But both would seem reasonable. Wait, this is just resting site? Yeah, right, we didn't find that the last time. Yeah, and one thought I also had recently, again, I mean, it's a very obvious thought. It's just like, when you think about the people living in individual countries, every country has very smart people, very dumb people, average people. You know, it's all the same humans in every country, but every country is so different. And why is it? It's not because of the people, it's because of the circumstances the people live in. And it just reminds you of how, you know, unfair it is. Because why would a person that is brilliant and comes from India, or maybe India is not such a bad part, a good example because at least they can speak English. But why would somebody that comes from Africa and never maybe gets the education or, you know, means to, you know, make something out of his brilliance, or in general maybe they make something out of themselves, but they never are paid as well as somebody that's not in Africa, you know? It's just like, how can the world be so unfair, you know? And then people are angry at Putin for the reason that he wants to change the world. I mean, obviously Putin wants to change in a stupid, wrong way, but the fact that he, you know, challenges the world order after World War II is not a bad thing overall, because challenging the world order is very important. But why would it be, you know, fixed? You know, why would what happened like 100 years ago forever mean that this country has, you know, very limited resources, this country has a lot of resources? I think that in general, thinking about, you know, countries and borders, in the future the goal should be to remove all the borders and all, you know, all the limitations, and but, you know, remove the limitations to the amount of humans. So change, you know, the way the limitations are, because of course if you just remove all the borders, what's going to happen? All the people from Africa, all the people from, I don't know, you know, all the cold places or whatever, everybody's going to go where it's nice, you know. It's going to be overcrowded. Everybody's going to find a nice place to live in where there's you know, a lot of, even if you say the pay is equal everywhere, people would still prefer certain areas over others, and of course that's realistically not possible. Yeah, so but the problem is, if in the future it's getting more and more unfair, because I think it's very easy for any person on Earth that has access to the internet to some degree figure out that they're treated like, you know, they're the same people, but they're getting a lot less money, and, you know, it must feel very, very bad to realize that. I mean, we in Germany, we might be very happy to realize you know, we were the lucky ones. But it does feel, you know, like the... Wait, can you get up here? Oh, you could maybe get up there. Doesn't seem... No, you can't. Wait, there's a door. Never mind. The door is, again, the problem. Yeah, so I think that, you know, we really have to work on that. And it means, of course, also reducing temporarily, probably, the standard of living for, you know, Western countries. I mean, it's impossible for us to be as prosperous. And then again, of course, you might say, yeah, but we did all the work to make it happen, whatever. Yeah, but, you know, somebody that's born now can't do shit about what his ancestors did. You know, we don't have some, it's like, you know, we don't have some magic legacy that entitles us to being something better. All the people that are born now did jack shit to change the world, you know? So it's basically unfair to them to say that, yeah, your ancestors did all the work, so now they get all the riches. But why? You know, why would that be fair? Nobody decided that you were not part of the, you know, lucky ones. There are borders because there are different ideas about how society should be. Of course, on the one hand, that's true. Yeah, of course. I mean, would you want to have the same treatment of women than in like, you know, in Arabia or whatever? Would you want the same treatment of women here? Of course, you wouldn't want to have that. I mean, maybe someone want it, but you know, most people hopefully don't want it. And yeah, of course, there are different ideas and everything. But that's basically, you know, that's like the, you know, the nitpicky stuff. But the most important stuff is that the people that are born get the same opportunities. And that unfortunately also includes that just some societal structures should be, you know, torn down entirely. For example, the discrimination of LGBT plus people and, you know, women should definitely be, you know, irrespective of the country, should be abolished. You know, that's something that should be, you know, it should be at a heavy cost if you don't want to, you know, abide by those ideologies. There should be ideologies which basically they're not put in stone. That's the basic misconception. A lot of people think that human rights and all these things are something that is like a law of physics or whatever, and you can't really, you know, change it. But the reality is we have to decide what these laws are. None are put in stone, and we really have to, you know, decide those. And I think a global society should enforce every country that wants to take part of the, you know, wealth, the global wealth. Everybody that wants to be treated equally should also contribute to at a base level to these ideas. And I think that is the only way you can ever really convince some of these poorer countries is really by showing them what they're gonna not get. It's basically what we're trying to do with Russia at the moment, but only on a long-term prospect. For example, we would say, yeah, sure, we don't mind, you know, including you in our global, you know, new societal structure where everybody's gonna get the same amount of money, but you have to abide by these basic rules. And the basic rules should be something that, you know, the majority votes for, of course, because, you know, basically there is no absolute right or wrong. There's just like something that a lot of people think is right. And that is basically then the global version of a new, you know, country that it would be born. And that's, I think we are never going to do that as humans. I'm pretty sure we're going to use a lot of AI governments or whatever, which are basically centered on human, you know, existence and happiness and, you know, improvement of economical improvements and whatever. You will have like things you're going to optimize for, and they are going to make the big decisions. I don't think any human on Earth is ever going to make that decision again. So all the thoughts I'm having are just basically probably something that's going to happen sooner or later anyway. If we even manage to get to that point. But if we get to that point, it's like 99% sure that we are going to get a lot of very rational and logical decisions. And maybe the decision includes things like women are not allowed to be, you know, how you call it, like, you know, house movers or whatever. You know, maybe they won't be allowed to because statistically, maybe some will be allowed to, but maybe 90% of women will not be allowed to do certain jobs because it will be have a negative impact on their health or something like that. You know, maybe they're, well, not allowed, but, you know, not recommended to. I'm pretty sure there will be some things which might be more sexist than we think, because they might be rationally argued by the AI for some reasons against men or against women. But I think at the end of the day, we're going to get a lot of, you know, very logical and understandable solutions. And I think most people won't try to argue. And at the end of the day, since the main goal will obviously be to optimize, you know, happiness to some degree. I mean, of course, you can now imagine humans are just being put in, you know, a tank and then they're just drugged until they're super happy or whatever. I mean, you can't just optimize happiness. That would be a bit too, you know, maybe a bit too dark. But in general, I think that the optimization will be pretty you know, pretty understandable from a human perspective. And pretty soon a lot of people that are very negative from, you know, from a majority point of view, in a very, you know, stupid ideology will be found out pretty quickly, especially considering that the average human will be much more intelligent than now, because it will be connected to some sort of, or it will already be a much more efficient computer than it is today. So I think that the really stupid and dumb and unfair shit is going to be called out sooner or later when the people get smarter and the systems get smarter. I just like to, you know, foreshadow it a bit, that is definitely going to happen. There's no way that a very talented kid that can be a super, you know, well, talented kid or whatever, a person that's born somewhere else in the world that's a bit poor will be treated any differently than somebody in middle Europe. And if the cost is that we have less humans overall, then that's just part of the equation. Yeah, so it's a very complicated topic, and the borders at the moment are like, yeah, there are results of a lot of, you know, conflicts. And then when you look inside of Germany, then there are still subsections. You look in these subsections, there are still subsections. And all we do is like find a basic bigger denominator. And the biggest difference basically at the moment is often the language barrier, which basically removes the ability of a lot of people, or at least historically, to communicate with each other. So it makes it very, very hard to just say, okay, why don't we just add you to the mix? You know, you would imagine that two rich countries would have a huge benefit from being one country. Just logically speaking, why wouldn't you want to be the guy that has all the oil and the guy that has all the technology, and you just use your everything to increase your GDP and whatever? You know, it sounds very good. So why doesn't it happen? And it's mostly cultural and language barrier stuff, which is actually completely useless in most cases to really generate, you know, prosperity and advancement. It's like very retarded stuff and primitive stuff which is holding back the big picture. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, it's just unfortunate because I think that we could have a much better world without all that bullshit. Unfortunately, religion is still a big part of it, and I mean, one day maybe we're gonna have a world not without religion. You know, you always need some belief, and you have some belief, but maybe without the really dumb belief, which, you know, which is based on stuff that doesn't really exist. You could make such cool modern religions which believe in realistic stuff which might actually be probable. And the moment we prove it's improbable, we should also stop doing that. But no, we have stuff we literally know is false, and we still have people believing in it, when, you know, wasting a lot of time maybe. I mean, wasting a lot of time when they aren't happy with that, because there are people that actually suffer, you know, because they think they're doing stuff which is bad, you know, against their religion, but they want to do it and they feel bad for it. That's really unfortunate. But of course, there are people that are happy because of it. So I mean, you know, it should just be very, very limited in some regards, and they're just religions which are plain bad for society, for large parts of society. It's about power. Why don't you share your money with me? No, but the thing is, if two super powerful countries collaborate, it's a win-win, you know. Both have a net plus. Both have maybe large military resources, and the only difference is really your culture and the language you speak. Maybe the religion you have, you know, all the cultural things. That is really not logical, because you would have a huge benefit. You would have better trades, you know, trade opportunities. You would basically create it, you know, it's basically the idea that generated countries in the first place. It's not even a win-win only if both are equal. It's a win-win as soon as both add to the other person. If you imagine all the Bundesländer in Germany, they are not equal, but they're still part of Germany, because they contribute to a larger picture, even if they are not equally important for the larger picture. And now it's like the European Union. You know, there are a lot of countries in the European Union which are less wealthy, more wealthy. And at the end of the day, The idea is basically as long as they contribute in some regard, they are a plus. For example, if we add countries which are, a little bit more poor or whatever, not as powerful, it is still kind of a win for us because we don't have to be equal to increase the maximum, power level. The power level can be increased in small increments, not only in equal increments. So I don't think they really have to be equal for it to be a win-win. It can be a huge win-win even if one side is significantly less impactful than the other. Because what you shouldn't forget, the goal is to have everybody included. And only those excluded which are extremely negative from the impact. For example, North Korea would be excluded because it's basically completely negative for everybody. Or in this case, Russia would be excluded or whatever. But of course, it's not a permanent thing. You can always get, expelled or whatever. But it basically would mean that everybody's trying to get to one common denominator, and that's why stuff like the European Union and big, conglomerates and whatever are very important to building a new world order, which sooner or later will come anyway. There is no way it's not going to happen. And at the end of the day, what might even happen for at least a time is that there will be two sides, because humans really like to be part of something, and there will always be people who might feel it's better not to be part of something. So it might just end up like a lot of things in life that there are two parties, and maybe the world will be split in two, but literally split in two, big parts, and that might happen. It's just something that is more likely than not. Yeah, or the world itself will have two parties, it's like a big system, but you will still have a lot of different parties, but there will be maybe two big ones that are in, permanent, discussion, because it's important to have opposition, of course. Opposition, even if you're good, if there are only good intentions, somebody really has to show the bad intentions for the good intentions for it to really be validated. I mean, even if the opposition remains, stupid the entire time and only talks shit or whatever, it still is good to be there so the good guys, the good and quote unquote guys, always quote unquote because there is no good and bad, they can, be like fortified in their opinions. They really are reminded of what not to do and whatever, The bad examples are also sometimes very good examples. Okay, so Dark Executioner Spirit phases beyond an enemy invisible range and brings down their blade. That's also pretty cool. So we can get invisible and teleport. Again, it's not a summon, so we're not going to use it, but I'm pretty sure if I should ever play the game again, I would just like experiment more with that. It's a bit like in Neo, I basically found my go-to style. I'm just going to keep it for the time being. I always compare things like that on the small scale. I mean, would you share your apartment with your neighbor? Well, the thing is that now what you're talking about is individual privacy. I think it's a very bad example because you're talking about something which is literally, on the smallest scale possible. I think you should maybe compare it to paying taxes in your country, because you are technically sharing your wealth with the entirety of Germany, and a significant part of it too. So we are sharing our work, our money with everybody around us, no matter if they work, if they don't work. Since we're a social, state, we have a lot of, we give a lot of social country. We give a lot of money to people that maybe don't even deserve it or whatever, and deserve quote unquote. And, so I think that is a better example. Are there systems which do exactly that on a smaller scale? But of course, when you talk about individual stuff, humans are not made to live in large societies. So from my perspective, it doesn't matter if it's Germany or if it's the entire world. It's too big anyway. It doesn't really make a difference. It's already at a scale which has nothing to do with our evolution. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just like, okay, it is basically what it is. But when you compare it with, would I want to share my girlfriend with everybody or something like that, that suddenly becomes a very evolutionary limited question. And I would not compare these two with each other. I think the one is very, individualized, and the other one is just like something that doesn't have anything to do with human evolution, more with a societal evolution. So when it comes to personal privacy, that's a very different topic. Yeah, so you are, I think comparing things at a, simplifying and going down a scale is always good, but you should never stop at a, you can look how far down can you go, but then you have to think about, is it still the same idea? Does it still have the same limitations? Is there a system which does, is there a barrier which crosses into other problems which are not relevant to the big picture? And I think by comparing, your example really goes into the barrier of, individualism and privacy and all that stuff, which is very, very different from the global scheme, country compared to global country. I think I like it that you try to do it, but I don't think that this idea particularly really is a good example for why it would not be possible. And but the idea, the problem is, of course, that the individual problems are also the reasons why the bigger things don't work. That's true, but it's not a reason against why it would work. But if your neighbor is a millionaire, it would be a win-win situation. You could say, that's what basically, if you're an investor and you invest into a company, you might even have, a business partner and you start a company together. This is basically what you do when you pool your money to do, a new win-win thing. But the thing is that in general, since we're talking about individual consumption, the money is not, being used for the greater good. It's always used for the individual good. And as soon as something is used for the individual good, you can't really compare it anymore. So if I had a neighbor which has a lot of money, and I also have a lot of money, it wouldn't really make sense to go to do something together unless we can't afford it individually. So if we had the common goal, it might be good. But if we just think about what we can buy for our personal gain, it probably wouldn't make any sense to go together. It's only more like an investment thing, and it's a bit more complicated. But as soon as you go on a level which is really away from the individual and goes to many thousands, billions of people, then you don't have these issues anymore, because the assumption is I'm already giving my money away anyway to an arbitrary large country. Might be big, might be small, I might pay a lot, might not pay a lot, I might be poor, not poor. But no matter what, every country in the world expects its citizens to pay money. As soon as you're born, you're expected to give your money to a country. And that's why the basic idea of you already sharing, is this something we do? And we don't even think of it negatively. It's not like, yeah, but I'm so much richer than all these guys. I pay more taxes than them. But my vote is still 1. Why is my vote not 2? Why is democracy so weird? And that's why I don't think it works to think like that. Because by all rights, somebody that has $500 billion or whatever, okay, would be super rich. But a very rich person with a big enterprise should basically have more votes when you think logically about it. Why would this person basically they have more votes, lobbyists and whatever. They can basically vote on another level, which is much more important. But in theory, we're treating everybody equally, and everybody, no matter how much money they make, has to contribute a percentage or at least a large amount of their money to the society. And they usually, of course, people don't like it in some way because they feel like they're giving money away, but nobody really argues against this. Some might try to scam it, cheat the system or whatever. But in general, there is no issue with that. And so I think that people inherently are willing to invest into a greater picture as long as they feel in some way rewarded for it, or safer, I think there must be a reason why borders exist, because a lot of people have a lot of ideas. There will always be some kind of separation. Borders are also a result of communication. You just have to imagine how difficult it was to really communicate at a large distance. And there will always be, it will always be a point where the control of individual central, controlling regime cannot reach far enough, or there will be too many people in between that have different ideas. They don't want to be part of it anymore, whatever, and then they're going to split off or all that. Yeah, there will. And the thing is, all these ideas that the people have usually are not wrong in a way. There is a reason why at the moment, if you want to be rich in Europe, we don't really want to include Africa, we don't want to include India too much. There is a reason logically, because they would be like a weight for us at the moment. Of course we don't want to do that at the moment. We want to keep our advantage. We're basically gatekeeping. And the borders themselves, of course, are also results of gatekeeping, because some people just, there must be a cutoff for people that want to take part of our, fortune. And then, of course, languages, language barriers that just naturally exist. If you have two colonies starting at separate points, at some moment they will meet. But the natural evolution is not that they will randomly pop up everywhere, but they will usually... one colony will be next to the other, next to the other, next to the other, and they will all have some kind of dialect maybe, but they will still be the same native language, and at some point they will meet. When they meet, they might, collide, or one side might win over the other or whatever, or they just, say, yeah, hey, hi, nice to meet you. Maybe we're going to keep it at it. We're just going to say, I'm not going to fuck with you. You're not going to fuck with me. Maybe they have a few wars before that. And I think that's more how naturally the borders, started to exist. It's just by people putting out civilization from different parts of, Europe maybe. And then just, it spread and spread and spread. And some, things were more dominant than others. And a lot of people with power try to take over, whatever. There's a lot, back and forth, but basically it's just like, natural equilibrium. And I don't think really it's that all the people that live at these areas now had the same ideas. It's more that maybe the persons with a lot of power and the ideas won over the people that had less power at that moment. I think it's more like a power equilibrium, not like, oh yeah, I want to be part of Germany because I really like what they think. It's more like, okay, somebody came, conquered your shit, and you said, yeah, either you're part of it or you're all gonna die. Yeah. You like your idea, but there would be some sort of utopia. It could work if men could create a new society somewhere else. But there is always a chance that society is split up. Yeah, of course, but that's the assumption that we still are the dumb apes we are now. One day there will be very, intelligent beings on Earth, mostly AI at the start, and reason will be very easy to see. Of course, there will still be some kind of discussion because being on the common denominator is difficult. But if you ever noticed one thing is that intelligent people tend to have the same thoughts. And the same thoughts are not necessarily as predictable as the thoughts of, dumb people, are more predictable than the thoughts of dumb people. For example, you can find a billion ways to describe the shape of the Earth in a wrong way. But you can mostly find 1 or 2 or 3 ways to describe the world in, the right way. And thing is, the more intelligent you are, the closer you come to what is probably right. Probably, not necessarily. And then you have the same ideas. But when you're dumb, you can find a billion ways to disagree over the same thing. You say exactly the same thing, but you're too dumb to understand it's the same thing. So people that are more intelligent tend to agree more on the same topics if they're not heavily biased. And once we have AI and all that shit, and very smart, beings on Earth, it will be very easy to see what is actually dumb shit, just bullshit, and what is what is true. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really have to be off Earth. It just needs an instance that actually is able, maybe even every individual will be able to take part of it. Just, an instant that is able to communicate and reason with people so they see the world for what it is. And I think then, finding a consensus is not that difficult. You know, because then basically people know what's up. I mean, you could say, yeah, there are still emotions, there might still be bad people, whatever, bad quote unquote, that have own interests. Yeah, sure, that might happen. But overall, there will not be a discussion about what is right or the right move going forward. For example, at the moment, you might still find people that are against, you know, they still might be against, say that the climate change is not real or something like that. Or you might find people that are like, no, there is no COVID, you know, and that will be impossible when people are intelligent, because if they would do that, they would know themselves immediately, I'm being a fucking idiot. Everybody else would know they're a fucking idiot at the moment. It's like there's a 0% chance that people that are not mentally ill would do that. So yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I think that in future societies, we don't necessarily need a new society. We need more people with a brain that actually functions to be able to, you know, not have issues with the most basic shit. I think that's the main issue, that people are super dumb. Even too dumb to understand the most basic concepts. Yeah. Okay, we got another spirit use increase. So that's what I mean. It is a utopian idea, of course. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's basically the United Earth is like a huge utopian idea, and also the idea that, you know, limiting the amount of humans on Earth and whatever is all very, very progressive thinking, and it's a thing of the probably far away future still. I think maybe reasonable it would be to expect it maybe in 200 years, 300 years or something like that, but nothing for a lifetime. Even if we have a great AI that does a lot of research and whatever, until this research really, you know, comes to fruition and changes the society we're in, that's going to take a lot of time. And why will it take a lot of time? Because all the dumb fucks are not going to be, you know, happy with it. They're going to stand in our way, and they're going to make progress even slower. You know, there's the picture of the few people in the train and all. It's just, you know, a few smart people that are conducting the train, and all the other people in the wagons are just, you know, bandwagoning on it. But I think the reality is less so that people are bandwagoning on it. There are also people jumping in front of the train on the rails. You know, they're like trying to stop the train. I think that, I don't know if the picture actually includes these people, but it should definitely include them, because they are the people that are going to make a huge fuss about shit that's really, really obviously dumb in the near future, and they're going to hold back progress immensely. And I'm not talking about the people with the reasonable, you know, issues. I'm talking about the people with the completely dumb, delusional shit, or egoistical, you know, how would you say, very, very backward thinking ideas, which they still have in mind, you know, just like people like Putin, basically, which are basically wasting everybody's time and resources, and yeah, what a fucking dickhead. Yeah, that's what I mean. The people like that that are still able to rise to power, because we are full of dumb idiots which are too dumb to realize that somebody's a piece of shit. I mean, obviously, it would never have happened if the politicians' interaction with Russia weren't like, you know, bought off pieces of shit, basically. I mean, it feels very good to be, you know, friend with Russia when they have a lot of oil. As long as they don't start to be a fucking psychopath. I mean, him especially, but, you know, it takes a country to lead a war. It takes one man to start it, maybe. But it takes, at the end, it takes a country to lead the war and a country to stop the war. I mean, the one psychopath might be able to start it, but, you know, I think that by now, I mean, didn't they actually announce a partial mobilization of their forces? I think they did. I didn't read about it, so I can't really comment in detail. But that basically is like a big dig up the ass of the entire, you know, citizens that live there. So that's a big, big issue, and that will probably very quickly accelerate the feedback that the, you know, reigning party will get by their citizens. I'm pretty sure we are dealing with only maybe half a year left in the war at this point, because if that is the next step he has to go, I'm pretty sure that most people will not be willing to go to war for this shit. I mean, they might be, yeah, I support Putin, but then, hey, yeah, take the gun and go into Ukraine, die for no reason. I'm pretty sure they are going to think twice. Even the biggest, dumbest dickhead, as soon as his life is on the line, he's going to be like, oh, yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe he's not such a good guy after all. I might even take down his picture once a day or something like that. You know, that's what I mean. It's just like it's gonna be, everywhere there's a dumb fucking cunt that is trying to ruin it for everybody. And I'm not even talking about the fuckers in Wuhan that are too dumb to keep a virus in there. I mean, that was also bad, but I mean, that's not as obviously dumb. At least they try to, you know, somehow do something scientific or something, so they research something. That's at least somewhere what, you know, commendable, but what they did there is just like, yeah, primitive, stupid people. Of course they don't know what they're fighting for, because I mean, they could know what they're fighting for. They're fighting for what Putin sees as you know, as a European world structure. You know, he wants to rearrange the you know, the land masses and the, you know, the flags on top of them, which are inherently already pretty meaningless for the most part. Yeah, they, of course they don't know. I mean, most people that are going to fight for Russia weren't even born when the, you know, it changed. Yeah, of course. I mean, they should know. They're just fighting for a dumb ideal of Putin, which will never ever come to fruition. They're all gonna die. It will be one of the dumbest wars of history. This will, I'm pretty sure you're gonna read in every fucking history book one day, the dumbest war ever or something like that. Fucking dumb war. I mean, World War II, you know, you can say what you want about it, but at least, you know, it was crazy as shit, you know, but everybody was kind of behind it, you know, it was like, there was, you know, there was something at least, but this time it's just one dumb guy. Not even it didn't even convince anybody. He just had the power and could do it without any, you know, convincing. So it's like, it's not even an achievement. Putin did nothing achievable, you know. And that's why I think it's so pathetic. Nothing he does is great. You know, he's just a loser piece of shit that doesn't know how to do shit. For example, would I call Hitler a loser? Of course not. I mean, he was obviously very good at some things, and he had, you know, it was completely dumb in his head and only had crazy ideas, but he had something, you know, he achieved something. Even if it's terrible, he at least achieved something. But Putin achieves nothing. He just uses the power he got, you know, shoved up his ass for almost doing nothing. I think, you know, it's like, he has nothing. Look at him, he looks like a fucking piece of shit. When you listen to him talk, it doesn't make you feel, oh, I want to be on this guy's side, even if he's talking shit. No, it doesn't. You're looking at some old fucking douchebag that doesn't even know what to do. Yeah, so I think that, you know, he's going to go down as one of the most pathetic people of human history. Yeah, I mean, you know, there will be nobody, you know, there won't be somebody, to this day, there are people, you know, because they're also dumb in their head, they're still, you know, kind of, you know, like, you know, the Nazi stuff and all that, there's still, you know, something, people who kind of are behind it or whatever, because it's just something, you know, different. It's dumb as fuck, but it's different. But I'm pretty sure there will be no such people for him. You know, he's just one of these completely retarded people that has done nothing that is even remotely like, you know. I like to compare what Hitler did with a good story. It's like he wrote Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter, but unfortunately did not only write it, but he did, you know, also enact it. But it's like, you know, a cool fantasy fic in some regard for the people, man, crazy and of course very horrific fantasy fic. And but still, there is something, you know, is crazy behind it. Like, it's a good story. What Putin has is nothing. It's like just like a piece of shit that nobody cares about. There's no good story. There's nothing. It's like, really, there is unbelievable. That's why nobody is really. People just like him for being him. You know, it's just like people that probably had their propaganda show on every day that probably praises the guy. Day in, day out or something like that, and they're like almost brainwashed a bit, but there is no real, you know, sense of natural and you know, support behind them. It's all a big, you know, lie and manipulative show. At first they said denazification. You see, there they are again. There is still a nazification somewhere. Why is it? Because obviously there was something that resonated with people, even if what happened was terrible. There still was, you know, something that was in the people's, you know, mind and happened. And with Putin, there's nothing. Nobody but him is there. Yeah. I mean, that doesn't make World War II better. It just makes World War II less fucking retarded from, you know, a logical perspective. Yeah, that's what I mean. The only reason why we can't even have the wars, by the way, because there are nukes. If Russia didn't have nukes, we wouldn't have the war, because they knew what would have happened. World War III would have happened immediately. If nobody had nukes, you bet that we would have World War III now, and everybody would have been shitting on Russia. So I'm pretty sure that we should be happy that there are nukes, because it's basically made the war between Russia and Ukraine very contained at the moment. So we should be thankful in Germany, for example, that the Russian war, that Russia had nukes, because we would have had to have World War III otherwise. Yeah. So we're basically getting the, you know, the out of jail free card because there are nukes in Russia. It sounds ironic, but it's true, you know. It's good for us, bad for Ukraine, but, you know. Yeah, and then they said they want to overthrow Ukrainian government, or Ukrainian, I don't know, which was always their goal. I think Putin has no way out, and that's why he tries to escalate further. Yeah, of course. I mean, literally, he, you know, for him, at the end of the day, he needs something he feels that he achieved. You know, he needs a Russian flag, and if it's only like a small province in Ukraine. That's what he wants, you know, by now. By now, he's probably, yeah, I just want one area that we can hold. I'm pretty sure that's in his mind. At least a little bit, you know, when I die, I made Russia bigger by, I don't know, a few square kilometers. I'm still, you know, something like that must be in his head. I mean, if he's even alive, or it could be a deep fake by now, I have no fucking idea. We don't even know if he's alive, you know. I have no idea. Unless I see him in real life walking around and touching me, and still then he could be, you know, a good imposter or something. Yeah, he should do a DNA test and whatever. An independent one. Yeah, of course, and of course he's going to... here we got another Umbrella Knight enhancement, which we're not going to use because we never use him, but... I mean, one day we might get another weapon which needs that, so let's just keep it for then. Yeah, so I think it's a very, very sad story overall, because it just makes everybody poorer. Nobody's gonna be happier for it. And all it has shown is that there are still fucking retards and governments which are led by some pieces of shit and are highly manipulative are a risk at any moment. And we should probably cease all trades with such governments in the near future anyway. For example, North Korea, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're full of sanctions anyway. That you should really think twice before you give money to such states. And I mean, at the end of the day, who are we thinking of when we say that? Probably China. I mean, at the end of the day, China is a bit different than Russia, of course, because we basically are the reason they are so powerful. I mean, we are also the reason Russia is pretty powerful, but they don't have a historical level of power that Russia had. But I think China is also a very dangerous topic, because we don't, I mean, dangerous for everybody. I mean, you know, we don't really know. And at the end of the day, the only reason why I'm okay with China being in danger is because I overall might even be okay with them, you know, just getting the payback for all the exploitation we had going on there for years under the pretense of, you know, a global economy. I mean, yeah, the state won, but I'm pretty sure, and the people on the long term also won, of course. It was a win-win, basically. But still, we really abused the you know, low income over there. And yeah, I think it's, you know, it would be okay if they wanted some kind of, you know, power feature. But I have no idea. I don't think that China actually thinks too much about that. The only thing that China is going to think about is that they want a lot of nukes, so nobody's going to fuck with them. But, you know... Yeah, there are some countries which have potential issues, and of course you could say that America is also unfortunately a country that has a lot of global interests which are like more self-centered than, you know, globally centered. And yeah, I'm pretty sure if we knew the entire story of every historical fact, you know, the reality of it, I'm pretty sure a lot of countries which are currently regarded as good countries would easily be regarded as just as shitty as Russia or any other country. Yeah, I'm pretty sure every country that has a major, you know, global agenda probably has a lot of bad things going on at some moments. And we will never actually know, unless an AI actually, you know, reenacts everything. You know, maybe there will be a great analytical reenactment of the human history, which will try to predict the future outcome, and then there will be results like, I don't know, XYZ wasn't real, that was staged, this must have been wrong, because why, you know, there will probably be a machine that can reason to that degree, because it's able to reenact it all. Yeah, like a, you know, a reverse engineering of human history without all of the bullshit. I mean, with the exposure of all the bullshit. One thing that bothers me is, how can you defeat a country which is basically unattackable because of the nukes? Yeah, the thing is, you cannot defeat it initially. You can just make it so poor that the people want to surrender. So the only thing you can do is make it as shitty for everybody in the country, so they want to surrender. Basically, you have to win over the populace, because at the end the country is nothing else than the people that live in it. And once they get fucked in the ass, nobody's gonna say, hey, give me money or I nuke you. You know, when Russia says, yeah, we're gonna nuke you if you don't give us money, like, that's the only way they're gonna get shit anyway. But that doesn't work with North Korea either. Yeah, but the thing is, North Korea itself, the people that, you know, are at the top are actually not, you know, they're not poor, so they're rich. But the thing is, of course, you know, Russia might just become a North Korea, and a few people remain rich while a lot of people remain poor. But at the end of the day, do you have to defeat them? I mean, at the end of the day, either the people move their fucking ass and kick their government's butt, or they don't deserve to live in a better state. You know, the country itself, the military, the people that govern it and everybody, it's people, you know. If the people don't give a shit, oh well, then Russia is gonna remain a poor piece of shit country with a few rich people. I mean, it basically has been for the last 20 or 30 years. You know, yeah, if the people don't rebel, if there's no rebellion, why would we ever care? You know, why would we ever care about it? I mean, it's not our problem. I mean, Russia, you know how poor the people are there compared to if the government wasn't a piece of shit? They could be super rich compared to what they are, but nothing was done. There was no investment into the people and into the society. You know, everything was put into the pockets of a few rich people. So I think that what you told, you know, what the thing you're talking about is already a reality, and all we're gonna do is basically ignore Russia. I mean, yeah, we need their oil, so we will still have a few rich people, but it won't change. It is basically North Korea, just a little bit less extreme, but the idea is exactly the same. There is no difference. The difference is in the small little things, and it seems a little bit more open, maybe. It's not as extreme, but it's basically the mild version of North Korea since a long time. Yeah, that's exactly it. And then why should we care if the Russian people that don't want to stop the war, maybe for whatever reason, if they don't stop it, why would we care if they get poor and a few are rich in the country? It's their own fault. I don't give a shit. I don't mind if there are a few billionaires there and everybody else lives like a dog. I don't give a fuck. It's not my problem. They chose to do that. It's not like a few people at the moment are able to maintain power in a country if everybody revolts. If there was a sign that the Russians could not, with their mass, you know, enact a rebellion because there is like a super Hitler with a few robot dogs that kill everybody in a moment. Of course, yeah, I would get that. That would be really unfortunate, and we would somehow have to find a way how to help them. But no, all the military, everybody who's part of the system is also part of the country. So everything that's there is a human problem, and I don't really care about human problems which are caused by their own society. You know, it would be if a part of the society is, you know, undermined. For example, if you know, yeah, certain, you know, maybe all women are treated like shit or whatever. But then again, also we don't do shit about. We still get the Arabian oil while they shit on women. You know, we still do the deals and whatever. Nobody gives a fuck. So why would you give a fuck about Russia? I wouldn't give a fuck about Russia. I would give more of a fuck about how they treat women in other countries. But if everybody's treated equally shitty, I don't care. That's their decision. They can do a revolution or they can't, but I don't give a fuck. Yeah, so you know that's the point. So I don't care if we do if they want to surrender and want to get better, overthrow their own government. That's great for them. If they don't, whatever. We're just gonna give the money to, like we always have, to their leaders. I don't give a shit. You know, I don't care as long as they don't attack us. That's the reason. The only reason we care, it always has been like that, and the only reason we care is because they're actually attacking us in a way. You know, they're moving forward towards our borders against the NATO, whatever. And of course, there might actually be a reason to do so, you know, logically speaking, because of course, the people that are in power are threatened by the increase of the NATO presence. That's logical. I mean, it's a very, very realistic reason to actually be, you know, offended or whatever. I can understand why they are offended. But of course, it's like a child being like, yeah, but I want to have the toy for myself. Okay, I don't know why I made a German accent to say that. But, you know, I think that basically the problem is that somebody wants something not happen, which happens naturally. People just want to be, you know, part of the new world and not the old shitty system which makes them poor, which has historically shit on them as a society and all of that. They just want to be on the right side. And that's why a lot of people are joining the NATO. Even if America has such a big global agenda, which is super maybe centered on their country or whatever, still it is better for a lot of countries to at least go close to that ideal. And that's why a lot of people want to be there. A lot of people like the idea of, like, quote unquote freedom. I mean, it is not freedom, but it is at least an illusion of freedom. And a lot of people like the illusion of being free. Nobody's actually, I mean, you are always as free as you are. If you're here or in Russia, I mean, you are technically are abiding rules and laws no matter where you are. And you're free to shit on them no matter where you are. The freedom is basically the same. It's just the limits of your freedom which are changed. So there is no freedom, but there are different rules which limit your freedom. That's the only difference. And of course, they're strong, it might have a lot of impact on you, but a lot of people like to have the illusion of having a lot of freedom. Well, not even the illusion, I mean, they just like to have more freedom. But I think that's why a lot of people naturally like what democracy and, you know, all that stuff has in store for them. Although a lot of people are also losers of the system, you know, like, for example, the global economy and, all that stuff is not always good for the individual. It's often better for the country than it is actually for the individuals. But often that doesn't really matter because the overall country growth is so much higher that people really, get also benefits, even if it's like disproportional to what the country itself gets as benefit. Do you like the idea of European armies or a new power bloc in the world? I mean, it's basically what the NATO already has a little bit. There are, of course, military forces that are part of the NATO. And it is already, I mean, I don't think it should be a European, if you really mean a new generation of European army, an additional army on top of the NATO, I don't think we really need that. I mean, we really need one big army in general, which is like really, tied to enactment. It should be forced to enact in certain situations, and it should be a lot of countries should be part of it. I think that, it shouldn't be Europe, it should just be every country that wants to be part of the military thing and doesn't have any, reasons why it shouldn't be in it. For example, Russia should not be in it at the moment, but everybody that is actually able to apply and is, abides by the regulations should be part of it. That is basically what I think. It shouldn't be Europe, it shouldn't be Americas, it shouldn't be Africa, whatever. It should just be whoever the fuck wants to be part of the military, military ensemble, and then basically everybody contributes as much as they can and is contractually, forced to enact, and if they don't enact, they have to deal with the repercussions. I mean, you can't do more. If somebody says, I don't want to fight, I mean, they don't fight. I mean, you can't force them. I mean, you could force them, but it would be very stupid. no NATO, but an independent European alliance. No, I don't think that's better. I think really we just need one global force per, idea that's there. And the European force would just be, like a mix of... It would just be an unnecessary third wheel, basically. I think, like I argued, I think 2 main powers are more than sufficient. And so far, the Western world is like very, in harmony compared to most other, for example, Russia and China and North Korea. They're all very, very distant compared to even relationship-wise. I mean, Russia and China maybe a little bit less, but in general, it's not like they have a very common, structure and army or whatever. China and Russia's army and North Korea's army and whatever, they're completely quote-unquote independent, not really, from a economical standpoint, but, from a societal standpoint. And so I think that we really don't need a European army. What we need is, of course, every country should have a personalized country-based army, but I think every country should be in, a big military I'm missing the word at the moment. Yeah, but should basically be in a large military agreement with other countries. I think that's the most important part, that everybody can choose their own agreement, but we don't need to have too many of them, The less sides, the better. At least 2 sides are maybe not bad, but 3 sides, whatever, it's very complicated, because then you might have like weird situations where one side is angry, the other side is also angry, but the third side doesn't know what to do, and then maybe the people within the third side are not clear about the stance, whatever, because it's very difficult to really find a stance if it's not clearly, dictated. I don't think that European values are much different than NATO values, for example. Yeah, alliance. Yeah, I didn't want to find alliance, but wait, I'm going to look it up. The word I'm trying to find. Well, I don't have. Well, yeah, it is alliance. Yeah, it is exactly alliance. Of course, I know the word alliance. I never really... See, that's the problem. Never even knew the German word of alliance was... Because there also is Allianz in German, but Bündnis is also alliance. So there are 2 German words for one... But you don't use the German word like you use the American word. But it's interesting that there is only one American word. Yeah. It's basically the same... the same word for different things. In Germany you would have a distinction between them. But yeah, so basically, yeah, I think the alliance itself, we also, funnily enough, the alliance is already like often the name for one of the alliances. Yeah, I think the 3 parties are always a little bit more complicated. I think the third party should be neutral. I think there is no need for 2 similarly, minded parties. They should just join up. And I think the European party would be too close to what the NATO would actually want. I mean, of course, you could argue it is a bit closer to, Europe or whatever, but I mean, that again is like, it's like such a small distinction. It is so small and would cost so much money. Where's the advantage of having a little bit more European interest compared to a global interest? Die Bundesrepublik. Das sollte die Allianzrepublik heißen. Okay, it's amazing we actually find anything while talking, because I'm really not paying attention. I have no idea how we're doing it. I couldn't tell you anything we did in the game for the past maybe hour or so. I literally have no idea. Yeah, what? That I can remember. I actually read it. Wait, increases slightly. Wait, this has a lot of increase, which is interesting. What else can we get? Movement and dashing speed. Yeah, but does it also dash further? Because otherwise I just feel like this is going to reduce our iframes. I'm not sure. Is this a good thing? Is it good or bad? I don't know. Does it? We can try it out. Wait, I'm gonna test it. We're gonna start here, and we dash just before we reach the chain. Yeah. Okay. Now we're gonna try. There's even an extra effect. The yellow particles are, I think they're new. Where is this? Yeah, I don't care. Okay. Remove this one and try it out again. You could have the best of both worlds, like China. Would be better for independency. Yeah, but I think we should move away from independency. We already see that the world is so dependent on a, you know, it doesn't really matter. Both of them are, and actually the effect is even the same. Yeah, I just think we're gonna get less iframes, to be honest. I have no idea how the devs. Maybe we're gonna get the same amount of iframes, but I'm not gonna risk it. I just think that the base dash is pretty good in the game. And we don't need the additional dash. That sounds good, but I don't think it's so good. I mean, this one might be good. How much HP does this give? We have 330. And we're gonna get how much? 38. It is basically 10% HP. 10%. What is the alternative? I think the most important part we should get, you know, independence-wise, is not military, because military is basically very, you know, something very special. I think more importantly, we should have, you know, independence when it comes to at least basic, you know, needs like food, power consumption, whatever. I think these are the things which are very important, because these are things that are, you know, you can be affected by without a war easily. It is very easy to pressure a country without actually, you know, triggering wars by saying, yeah, I don't want to do a trade. Nobody can actually, you know, nobody's going to say, that's so shitty. Because basically, Russia could always have said, yeah, we are not going to give you any more oil. For whatever reason, you know, maybe somebody else pays better or whatever. There could always have been a moment where this happens. And that's why I think it's very important that the countries have basic water, electricity, and food supply that is independent of other countries. Unless there is a reason for that to be the case. For example, there are better power plants, you know, positions that are very unique locally, and all we did at the moment is basically use resources which are not in our country, but made us very, very dependent. In general, I think that should always be, you know, internal and not globalized, because it also, you know, you never know if somebody wants to attack you, you know, on that level. So I think that as long as we have individual countries, that should definitely be the case. I think that's much more important than getting an own military. You should have some base military, of course, per country. But for example, European Union wide, we should not have an extra army or whatever. I think that the NATO is more than sufficient as long as they have the same, you know, interests. I think it's much more important that everybody that wants to join can join, and not that we limit it to some weird concept like a continent. Yeah, so I don't really like the, you know, the continental thinking part. I just like the interesting thinking part a lot more. Well, yeah, I mean, we could go for that one, but I'm not sure. This is maybe also very good now that I think about it. This might actually be good enough. Let's try it out. Okay, that's the speed we're healing at the moment. And if we this one we're gonna get. Yeah, that's much quicker and might actually also help a lot. And I think was also not bad. I mean, overall, will I unequip this one to get this one when we get more relic slots? Yeah, of course. I think one more heal is more valuable. But at the moment, I'm pretty sure that this is the way I want to go. Okay, so where else can we go? Over here? Wait, did we... See, I can't really remember. Did we already try these? I think we tried the ones above. Also thought that a fusion power would make any country more independent. So that should be the goal if you want to true energy independence. So you mean nuclear plants and whatever? Yeah, I mean, sure, yeah. That would definitely make countries more independent. And anyway, we're headed straight for renewable energy city anyway. There is no way we're not going to end up with a mostly self-sustained energy system within the next 30 years for every country. There's literally no way. I mean, a few countries might be too poor to initially have it. But I think just from a economics, ecological standpoint, it is a matter of a few years, decades maybe, until every country will have a system which is very, very, close to their country and very self-sustained. Oh, you mean like maybe cold fusion or whatever, stuff like that? Yeah, but the fusion itself, yeah, but nuclear power is also, I mean, nuclear fusion is also nuclear power. I mean, both are basically based on exploiting the energy in atoms. Well, okay, now you can say every power is based on that, but you know what I mean. And yeah, so I think it's also nuclear power, but just a different way of approaching how it's generated. Okay, but you think that is basically what's going to happen? I think it's going to play a role, but it's very difficult to tell which, I mean, it's probably nuclear power which is going to be exploited because that's where a lot of energy potential lies without a lot of, problems. Basically, but I think it might not be all we're going to use. I mean, it would be very wasteful not to use the sun energy. So that means wind energy, tile energy, basically everything that has to do with sun energy. It would be very wasteful to just let that slide. I think we'll always try to optimize that one, and then all the additional needs, which we can't get by fossil needs, we're going to probably either do by a completely new technique, but probably the energy is just going to be by... What? Machst noch weiter ein Jahr, oder was? Okay, also tragt es dann nochmal. Okay, cool. Halsschmerzen. Was? Vielleicht wegen der Kälte. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you're one nuclear fusion instead of the... Oh, how do you call it? I don't even know. The, nuclear division or whatever you want to call it. It's not nuclear division. Yeah. But I don't know if that will probably play a part, I guess, as an energy source. But I would definitely not discredit sun energy completely. Because that's also a very simple source we can, draw from. And it depends on how much energy you need, if it's sufficient or not, for some, things. Why did the music stop? Feels really weird. Wait, I'm pretty sure this is not the secret, right? I'm pretty sure we can just TP up and then whatever we want on the way down. Ooh, was hatch? Yeah, good night, Nautolomy. I hope you can sleep well. And that there will be only good news when it comes to your father. Yeah, that's the wrong key. I'm probably also gonna stop streaming pretty soon. So we're also about to finish up here. But this is annoying. To be honest, I have no idea we're gonna find the... Okay, never mind, we found it. Yeah, I hope so too. And thanks for sticking around and thanks for the many comments. And tomorrow we're gonna stream German, so maybe a bit more relaxed. It's gonna be Genshin Impact, right? I mean, it has to be relaxed. There's gonna be so much talking. I mean, not me, but the game talking. Probably also me, but you know. How did we even get to that topic? Yeah, because I just want to say the thing with the audio. You see, it escalates from here. Total escalation. Well, I know where I put the asterisk behind. Did I say asterisk? Asterisk behind the progress part, because we actually, I think, didn't really make progress. We basically just backtracked the entire evening, which is okay because we're basically done with that. So we can guarantee quote unquote progress with for the next stream. Yeah, we should just run through it. Wait, no! I really dislike it. Never mind, perfect. Because I don't know how to get down there, and now we have to be careful because this is basically where we dropped down, and then I don't even know where the fuck things are here. Are we already down here? Wait, this is is this already the bottom of it? Man, it would be so annoying if they put it in the air. I mean, why wouldn't they put it here, right? It feels like they should have put it somewhere here. And it could be anywhere. Maybe it even is underwater or something. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna find it. I'm not sure. Should I just drop down again? I'll give it one more try, but I'm expecting it to be very annoying to find. Alright, we have to die. Forgot we don't have iframes. Well, dashing. And also forgot we have to go up. Wait, where do we have to go? I shouldn't have gone back. I just remember why I didn't want to go back. Because there were so many enemies. Okay, now we have to climb up a lot. Okay, wait. Before we go up, we should definitely check up here if there's secret. I don't think there is, right? Wait. Whoa! Okay, maybe there is something over here, but how high can we get like this? I think there was an edge which looked very promising. Yeah, this edge, for example. But I would expect the devs to put something, you know, more obvious here. This looks 100% like a secret, but it might not be because we're so high up. They might just have stopped programming, you know, stopped adding walls here, and just looks like it's very cool. Never mind. Okay, what I like is that you can actually access it from below and you don't have to drop down and perfectly time it, because it would have been very annoying. Oh, this looks good. Yeah, stagnant blight times 100. And a lot of lore. Okay, it was worth getting back here. So, ein Team und seit heute wieder in Deutschland. Yeah, my friend and his girlfriend came back from the US just today. Hope they had a good flight. I think he answered me if he had a good flight before, but I didn't read it yet. I'm not very often on my WhatsApp. If you write me WhatsApp, it's like I check it every few days. Unfortunately, I don't have a habit of checking social media, not social media, messengers too often. The only messenger I really check on a daily basis is Discord, and yeah, that's about it. Oh, and I heard that Windows 11 is pretty good at has a good update, and it seems to have a significant performance boost for windowed mode games, which is good because some games just write full screen there. They just pretend to be in full screen, but they're actually not in full screen. So it would be nice to have better performance for those two. Okay, so now we're at the point where we actually have to go down there to make progress, which is interesting because I would never have thought to go there because we didn't have the item at the point, but now we have the item. I'm not sure if it is a smart design to have two branching ways going to an area which... Wait, what the fuck? This thing's like totally OP. Like seriously, what's going on? Oh, I really dislike this guy. Wait, now I'm confused. We can't get over here. Wait, or can we? Oh, I'm pretty sure by the way the game wanted us to have the quicker dash to get there. Oh, why don't we use the bird actually? I think there is no reason to not use it. Or maybe we shouldn't. Or should we? Okay, but where is the secret? I remember exploring the area almost completely. So why would we need it if there was an elite version of some enemy hanging around out somewhere? I wonder if it even changes anything to have the bird. It might not even do enough damage for it to matter. Ah, yeah, okay, easy. So we're also done here. Now we can go down here. Which sounds cool, I guess. And we also have the item that's going to help us. Okay, we should probably equip the relic, which is made for this scenario. I'm blind. Here. I'm still not sure if I like the mechanic that actually forces you to take damage, but I mean, if it is well made, you know, well implemented, I mean, we're gonna see if it's good or not. I mean, we don't take that much damage, and we all know where they got it from. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Okay, so we're getting a lot of XP here. Wait, we did actually level a bit. I like that the music indicates if we're in the fog or not. We already went down and left. We could go also. It sounds more like, you know, not like fog, but, you know, radioactive fog. Well, maybe it is. Wait. This is fishy. Never mind. Yeah, and our goal, of course, now is to 100% explore these areas as well. I mean, is it worth fighting in this fog? I don't think so. Trying to figure out if the sound is actually correlated to the fog or not. I mean, should we fight him? Okay, we're still missing... We're still missing a secret. I think that the damage reduction actually stacks. We take so little damage from these guys. Never mind, this guy does a lot of damage. Well, I don't know. This is the way down. It is really weird that they decided to make a sparkly effect when you hit the wall. It always feels like there's a secret in there. Oh, maybe there is. No, there isn't, definitely. Okay, we really have to play better. We don't have to, but we should. Weird, we didn't find the secret. I mean, is there a mechanic that makes you smaller, which is also often used in Metroidvanias? I don't think so. Wouldn't really fit the theme of the game. I mean, it would be okay, but it just doesn't seem like the game is going for it. Oh no, we dropped. Man, this is really weird. I don't know where the additional secret should be, because we already went into all the fog parts on purpose. Well, it might be pretty high up, maybe. Wait, we didn't go here. Yeah, this is actually the part we have to go to. Maybe we forgot to level. Maybe there was an opportunity to level our summons. Is it smarter to go back before we go forward? I think so. We spent so much time in the fog, which we didn't have to. And resetting a few enemies doesn't matter because we can just run through them this time. But do we have anything we can do here? Nope. We still need 800. And here we can actually level the dog. I hope there is no better summon than the dog and the crow. But I think the summons here are very basic, so... Can we also find these on level 4? Just cool. Yeah, he sounds pretty cool too. I think they are all pretty cool and all seem to be very well balanced so far. It is just personal preference that I like the summons which do everything by themselves. I think we're gonna go to the right side. Oh, my phone is going down. Well, you know what, I'm just gonna tab out occasionally. It's still charged, of course. Okay, so, I mean, let's go left. Fuck it, you know, why not? We already went there once because I think it was the only area where we didn't need to go into the fog. Okay, so also here we're... wait, we didn't... yeah, we didn't progress here because it felt like very punishing. Okay, with this guy we can go for 2 hits and then he's basically dead. We're still not done here. Oh, that was a big mistake. I didn't want to drop. Yeah, but so far I think the difficulty has been perfect. It never felt too hard or too easy. It just felt, you know, nice. It's well balanced. And I think the difficulty is definitely nothing that would, you know, something I would say, no, don't play it, it's too difficult or anything. No, it definitely is on a, you know, very, very good level. And I think a lot of people can potentially enjoy the game at this difficulty. Yeah, that's definitely the way forward. No, never mind, that's definitely the way backwards, I think. Was machst du jetzt? Was soll man finden? Mal chillen. Im Drehmeln auch alles gut geklappt. Oh no, 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 don't die. We have to be careful here. We're very low in HP. Okay, it's a level 1 charge. Hey, what the fuck? Wait, this is actually the way down. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, right, we can actually dash into them to attack them. Isn't that bad, it's just doesn't stun them for whatever reason. But no, it's actually much worse than just attacking because we can't do as much DPS and just takes forever. Wait, are they transforming? I mean, they might be. Wait, we can get back up here, right? And there is an elevator? I'm confused. Wait, it goes over to the right? Okay. And this one is next to the other resting site. Interesting. I don't really understand this enemy type. What exactly is he supposed to do? Oh, okay. Loads when he dies. Wait, just die. Wait, do they explode by themselves? Nope. Oh wait, he died. Never mind, 2 hits killed him. Is there something underwater? Nope. But it seems to damage us a little bit faster than the fog. Wait, we heal. We heal too soon. I'm just checking, you know, for a secret, which they might now put underwater because we are so resilient to it. Really? 1 HP? And these areas are really not that fun to explore. I mean, they're fun to explore, but they won't be fun to find all the secrets in because you're actively punished for looking for them. Wait, he's still alive? Wait, they're trolling, right? They can't be surviving with 1 HP. Well, maybe they are because we're not attacking 2 times. Yeah, we're not attacking 2 times with our main attack, so maybe they actually are strong enough. Yeah, maybe. Wait, never mind. What the? Oh no, we have to go close after we kill them. Pretty weird. Now the question is, should we rest? It would reset all the enemies. I don't think we should. And the game is like, yep, here you get your healing back. I think stunning them is really good because they might have some super attack we don't know about. Wait, are we underwater? No, we're not. We're in some kind of fog. I have no idea what's going on, by the way. Why are we in this endless... Wait, did he actually hit us? That's fucking dumb. So this is basically just an endless area with fog. And a door we can't open. Kinda annoying, to be honest. We just went through so much fog for no reason. Oh, secret here. Oh, it's the good old wall hugs. Such a weird way to play games, but I mean, it is okay. I don't mind hugging walls too much. And there's still fog here? Is there fog everywhere? Wait, isn't this full? Ah, shit, yeah. Left, right, I have no idea. Wait, I didn't see him. We can still go right, maybe. Wait, was there a secret? Because we actually dashed down there. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we can go back if we want to. I'm not sure if we want to or not. Okay, so they gave us a lot of healing, so the devs anticipated that the player is gonna need it. I still don't know why we can go so deep here. Wait, is this just a dead end? Yo, unfortunate. It is not too bad. I mean, we can actually just go back here and take a lot of unnecessary damage. Easy. But there was a orc down here. Yeah, this guy can do a lot of damage. Yeah, good thing I just said it and took a lot more than I even expected. Nice, another relic slot. That's probably good. We still didn't find everything here, which is very annoying. I mean, I like the area so far. I like the idea. But I would like to not have to backtrack the entire area over and over and over, just hoping to... in the hopes of finding a simple secret. Right, we can't get it. Okay. But I'm still gonna go... I think back on foot. Because I don't want to have everything respawn. I mean, maybe there's something here. I don't think. Okay, so where are we? We're here. Why didn't we not explore this one fully? Was there a door? Did we just not spend enough time here? Wait, can we go down here? Wait, did we come from here? Now I'm so confused, but we definitely didn't explore here. That's also the reason why I wanted to not reset the enemies. We don't need to heal just yet. Wait, isn't this an attack? Wait, he actually attacked us? We still didn't fully explore it. I don't care about it. I'm gonna fight in this dumpster. But this should be it, right? Wait, is this like an elite version? No, it's just a normal dude. Okay, we fully explored this area, and we're gonna get through here, I think. Cool. Okay, now we're much lower than before. Oh no, I healed. Didn't want to heal yet. Wait, no. I want to do my special attack. Come on. Pretty sure I dodged. Pretty sure I didn't dodge. Oh, perfect. I mean, they get less and less important because, I mean, 5 HP at 400 HP is not as much as 5 HP at 100 HP, but... I mean, everything helps, you know. It doesn't have to be great. And we can find 22, so... But I think we should be close to the end of the game. It's just well, never mind. I have only wait. Maybe the actual hidden, you know, 1 of 7. I don't know what it is exactly. The stone tablets or whatever are linked to the doors we can't open. But I'm pretty sure as soon as we find the key to the doors, we're gonna unlock the final area too. Unless the game has, for whatever reason, some secret new area we never saw. I mean, not area, you know, new path we never saw before. Which could be, but I just don't expect it. What is going on here? This is super annoying. So we actually had a switch here. There is an elevator. Otherwise, it seems to be a dead end. Oh, maybe that's what it is. A dead end. Are we gonna get back up here? Wait, why are there a lot of enemies here? Wait, I'm confused. Shouldn't there be no enemies here? Oh, so we can take this one up and then go left. And now I'm contemplating resting for obvious reasons, because our HP is getting pretty low. Maybe we should have rested. And by maybe, I mean we should have rested. I mean, the entire area is based on taking damage, so... Wait, there is nothing in here? Wait, they can actually... I mean, would I mind dying? It doesn't really matter if we die. Wait, I can get out of here? Wait, what? Are we just gonna die here? Wait, what? Fuck? I'm super confused. There seems to be no way out of here. Never mind. It's a bit finicky. And I really don't like taking damage when we have no more resources left. Okay, wait, I'm still underwater and I'm still taking damage. Okay, it's time for the game to give us something I call HP. Yeah. Wait, how do we even open this one? This is fucking annoying. We should have healed up. Was a big mistake. I'm just gonna skip the enemies, which I usually don't do, but the problem is the environment itself is already very, very punishing here. So... Wait, oh no, he dropped with us. Oh, we're gonna die. So dead. Never mind, we didn't die, but we're gonna die anyway, because I'm pretty sure that the amount of... we're just fucked, basically. Yeah, I just wanted to say we're just gonna... Yeah, there's no way we're gonna make it. And the mistake was not to rest here, because we didn't want to reset for a few enemies. Wait, this is the wrong one, actually. We want to go... I think we want to go to this one. Do we want to go to this one? I'm not sure. Probably. Does it really matter? Actually, I'm not sure which one we want to go to. Yeah, because all the healing respawn and everything. Yeah, it was really dumb not to heal. Wait, this is also not the right way. I can't even remember where we were exactly. And this is cool. The cool thing is Eternal Noctis really trained our eye for platforming. But then I don't mean that we're not gonna get hit, but that we, you know, are pretty good at it. But I think I'm gonna call it at the next resting site for tonight. Or for today, depending on where you are. No, not the same mistake again. Oh no. I mean, I'll be honest, this is pretty 8. Yeah, and by the way, the Stinger, if you don't know, it's an SMG in Valorant. It got a buff, and I killed 2 people with it and 2 people with my ultimate Asova, and we lost the round 1 versus 4. The enemy was 1 person. And no, 1 versus 5 even. Yeah, I died because I was very low with the Stinger. I did like 60 damage to him. And then he killed my entire team, which was full HP. And yeah, and then it was very sad. But the Stinger is much better now. You can actually really spray even mid-range, which was basically useless before. Pretty nice. I mean, at the cost, of course. It's still not it's not a Vandal, it's not a Spectre, but it's pretty decent. I mean, these enemies are pretty tanky, I'm not gonna lie. We have to go down. Why are we going up? Or seriously, why are we going up if we have to go down? Wait, where was the big, you know, way down with all the enemies? Oh, it was to the left. I'm an idiot. Should we TP back? Because we already lost so much HP here. Nah, I think it's just a waste of time. I mean, if we die, we die, you know, it doesn't matter. Are we gonna try to fight every single enemy down here? I mean, yeah, the reason why we will do that is because I like dying. No, the reason we're gonna do it is because I think that there might be a secret somewhere and I don't want to miss it. But basically this damage is pretty annoying to be honest. I'm not sure if my animals are actually helping because I can't see shit. Again, there are a lot of ways to open shit up here. I'm still not sold on the entire takes damage underwater, not underwater, in the fog business here. Especially because it's very hard to see where there's no fog when you're in the fog because everything's red. Maybe that's on purpose. But it feels kind of cheap how much HP you lose. Yeah, because we're basically wasting our entire heals for no reason. Wait, so we actually made progress, but I want to check on the other side. Wait, wasn't there an infinite amount of dropping downwards with these red eyes? Oh, maybe, wait. I'm pretty sure the devs put a resting point on the left here. Would be the perfect opportunity. Yep. My instinct just told me, wait a second, there's going to be an endless drop of, you know, with the red zone, whatever. They're never going to expect you to do it without a resting zone. Yeah, but this is good game design, obviously, because if I can predict the resting zone. This has, for whatever reason, a lot of Hollow Knight vibes. I think it's probably the vegetation which reminds me a little bit of it. Yeah, but very cool. So what we're gonna do now is probably check one last time. Nope, no way we can do that. Already maxed these, so we don't really care. We might be interested in maxing you though, but we still need to max you first. Also, nothing we can do here. We could potentially level you 3 times, which indicates that we are very close to the end, because then there's only 1 more upgrade for it. Oh, never mind, 2 more. Maybe not that close. I would say maybe sub 5 hours is like reasonable. If we don't die too often. Okay, so as always, I would say thank you for watching. We're gonna probably stream again tomorrow, but it will be a German stream. We're gonna play Genshin Impact. We're gonna try to catch up on all the events. And the day after that, I'm pretty sure we're gonna try to either finish the events again, but I'm also gonna try to play a little bit of Elden. Is it Elden or Elder? It probably is. Is Elder, right? Elder? No, Ender. It's Ender Lilies. I will never ever know how the game's called. Wait, oh no, we had Genshin Impact open the entire time in the background. Wait, I'm pretty sure that OBS didn't capture it because we didn't open it at any point. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, that happened. Well, I mean, you know what? I would say it's pretty expensive heating, but it did increase the temperature in here by 1 degree, so I'm probably happy about it. Yeah, we should always be running unnecessary applications in the background. Yeah, that's where you notice that you have a good PC if you can run stupid stuff in the background for no reason. Well, unfortunate. But otherwise, I would say thank you for watching. If you're only here for English streams, we stream smaller games like Lilies or bigger games which are not popular anymore on Twitch in English. So sub 100 viewers, roundabout, maybe also a bit more or less. It really depends, you know, on the feeling I have when I look at the channel category as we start the game. And yeah, so you can expect a lot of English streams coming up pretty soon. And yeah, probably most streams actually that aren't Genshin Impact or a very new AAA game, which are basically more rare than smaller games. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna have a lot of English streams. And otherwise, German streams like Genshin Impact, or I don't know what's coming out, maybe Persona 5 Royal will probably be a German stream, to be fair, because I mean, it might change at some point. I mean, I'm just gonna do it, you know, how I feel. For whatever reason, I have the feeling that there is no incentive anymore to do language A or B for whatever reason. I mean, there might be, there could be a reason, I have no idea. But for now, this is basically what I'm gonna do. And yeah, so expect a lot of you know, less known games in English and a lot of popular games in German. And by that I don't mean good or bad games, or, you know, popular with the people, but just popular on Twitch, and most games on Twitch are dead, so expect a lot of good games which aren't played as much on Twitch here on this channel in English, and all the mainstream stuff's probably going to be German, but still the game is going to be in English, but I'm going to be talking German. Yep. So thank you for watching, have a great rest of the day, night, whatever, where you're from, and we'll see each other in English the day after tomorrow in German if you speak German. If you want to hang out and say hi, you can always speak the language of your choice. I will probably then just translate it for you on stream. Okay, bye bye, have a good night, and thank you for watching my jokes.